大家好，欢迎各位来到数位发展部数位产业署 Rise 旭升主题馆。在开放舞台上，我们即将全台首次播出的是2022国际智慧城市推动经验对谈欧洲场。城市间的国际交流一直都是建构智慧城市非常重要的一环。因为疫情，我们少了旅游参访，却打开了更多线上交流的机会。今天的第一场国际城市论坛，邀请来自 ICF 智慧城市论坛共同创办人担任主持人，以及奥地利、西班牙加泰隆尼亚地区和以色列特拉维夫市的代表，加上台湾智慧城市重要推动单位数位发展部数位产业署胡贝迪副署长，4位与谈人针对共同议题，透过对谈交流智慧城市推动经验，作为未来合作议题的参考。与谈的内容包含各地区针对智慧城市推动的政策，还有疫情冲击下如何透过智慧科技与解决方案来因应，还有智慧城市推动上的成功案例，最后迈向永续发展的下一步。接下来就让我们来观看2022国际智慧城市推动经验对谈欧洲场 Together for a Better Future。
Hello from Toronto, Canada, as well as from Taiwan, Israel, and Spain, and of course, Austria via Taipei. My name is John Young. I am the chairman and co-founder of the Intelligent Community Forum, headquartered in New York City. Now, this is truly a global event featuring a smart city roundtable from all over the world. The theme of our European roundtable is Together for a Better Future, and it's organized by the Smart City Development Project Office, delegated by the Administration for Digital Industries of the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Taiwan and the Intelligent Community Forum. Now, with us today, I'm honored to be moderating a wonderful panel of speakers, and we're going to start off with Betty Hu, who's the Deputy Director General Administration for Digital Industries, also known as ADI, the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Taiwan. Now, the administration's main missions are to promote development of the digital economy, guide, award, and manage digital economy-related industries. Now, prior to her post at ADI, she was the Deputy Director General of Small and Medium Enterprise Administration at the Ministry of Economic Affairs. We also have with us Liet Shaham, who is the head of business development of CityZone in Tel Aviv, Israel. Now, she's in charge of business development, helping CityZone create partnerships and strategic alliances with entities in its ecosystem, such as EIT Urban Mobility, and helping CityZone's portfolio companies form business relationships. In Barcelona, we have Maria Galindo Garcia Delgado. Now, she's a board member of the European Commission. Their mission is on climate neutral and smart cities. She was appointed Director General for Digital Nation and the Urban Agenda of the government of Catalonia on July 2021. Now, among her other roles and responsibilities, she has published and co-authored a number of papers and articles, including the European Commission's Rolling Agenda for Smart Cities. And we have with us Roland Rutherford, who's the director of the Austrian office in Taipei. So welcome all of you. Now, let's begin. Now, everyone's interested in knowing how to create and operate a smart city. Now, how do they even know that there is such a thing as a smart city in their communities? So the first question to explore is your community's core framework in becoming a smart city. So I'm going to start with Betty. Specifically, Betty, how do you adopt technology in order to support the digitization development in your community? Betty?
Thank you, John. And it's really honor to be here to have a conversation with you. And I should say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. And thank you for your question. In Taiwan, we have a smart city project. And in this project, we support the digitalization development in our community through the PPP, that public-private people partnership model. For instance, the central government provides funding and resources, and local government provides demo sites for trials, where enterprise can provide solutions, use technology such as AI, IoT, 5G to address needs from the cities and counties based on the local policies. Moreover, we encourage solutions to be tested locally in Taiwan first, and then promoted to international community through the bilateral industrial collaboration summits or international expos or an overseas field trial to help expand the footprint of these solutions in the global marketplace. So since the start of the Taiwan Smart City project in 2018, we have encouraged 319 enterprises, including 70 startups, to deploy 240 smart solutions across 22 cities and counties in Taiwan. These solutions, including those for 5G smart factory, telemedicine, AI air quality monitoring, AR/VR enable English learning, and more. And one particular example can be drawn from the solution for English learning. In order to mitigate the urban-rural divided in education resources, our companies have utilized AR/VR and the location-based service with cultural content to enhance the teaching and learning experience. And this solution has also been deployed to 10 cities and counties across Taiwan, enjoyed by 400,000 students from 68 different schools. And we think pain point is very important, and to adopt the proper technology is also very important. So we think that use the PPP partnership mechanism can use the proper solution to support our community. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Betty. The same question can be spoken by Liette. It's the question is specifically, how do you adopt technology in order to support the digitization development in your community?
So hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I answer your question, I'll explain briefly who we are, what is CityZone, so you get the context. So CityZone is an open innovation hub in the city of Tel Aviv, and it's owned by the city of Tel Aviv and the University of Tel Aviv. It's co-owned and run by the Atidim Park, which is an industrial office business park that is also part or belongs to the city of Tel Aviv and the University of Tel Aviv. So it's kind of a unique structure where a business area is actually, it belongs to the city in part, and this creates a unique advantage for the city because it can basically incorporate their things that they want to try. And CityZone is located in this park, and CityZone is an open innovation program. It looks outside of what the city already has and what it wants to develop on its own, because Tel Aviv has quite a big software development arm of over 300 software developers, and a lot of the things they do in-house. So when they don't see anything that exists off the shelf, and when there's nothing, they decide that it's nothing that they want to develop on their own, they come to us and we look from them for outside, mainly with startups. If it's for a mature, a mature product, then usually it's just regular purchasing and procurement. But if they see something that they don't find a ready-made product and they want to customize some ability to their needs, and they understand it's something that needs some customization, then we offer the city of Tel Aviv as a design partner. This is our main offering to the startup. And with the added value of what I explained, the business area as a demo site and an actual living lab. Okay, a living lab. It's living because it operates daily. People come in and out. There are restaurants. There's a hospital. There are offices and restaurants and bus terminal and a lot of streets obviously and parkings and a lot of city use cases. But it's considered a logistical area, so a lot of the bureaucracy, which we'll come into maybe lately about the challenges of adopting technology, it doesn't exist here because it's just, the park decides that what they want to implement. So if the park decides in favor, then we can implement. So basically, this is what we give the startups, and this is our way of helping the city adopt innovation from the outside.
Great. Sounds very exciting. Love to visit someday. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maria, the same question. Could you take that on, please?
Sure. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for inviting me and for having this extraordinary panel with you experts. I'm really happy to share with you my personal experience, not just at the government of Catalonia, but also in the city of Barcelona. I used to work in the city of Barcelona developing the Smart City project. And after that, I've been working in consulting, in Smart City consulting. So I've been doing projects in Latin America, in Asia, and of course in Europe. So I guess with all my experience in the many different cities, I guess there's one point, and I'm happy to say that it's the same as Betty Hu was pointing out, which is creating these partnerships, these ecosystems that really, enhance the probability of success of the smart city, of applying technology into what's new, because also with technology disruption and with the investments that need to be made in order to bring on or unlock the full potential of these technologies, you need really this kind of cooperation, not just between the public and private sectors, but also in driving. And what Liad was saying is very important in driving, the startups, the entrepreneurships, the students, and everyone in society, also bringing in citizens to co-develop and co-implement this kind of solutions, because at the end of the day, we're talking about cities, so we're talking about citizens, and whether, a technology is embraced or not, this will be in the hands of citizens. So we also need to work with the citizens. So I would say building an ecosystem from the beginning, and, for testing this kind of technology. I'd like to also point out in Catalonia, we are also, facing this rural-urban kind of, dichotomy or problem. So we're seeing that the urban areas are growing very much, where, people concentrate. So this poses a lot of stresses on how public services and urban services are deployed. But also economy. Economy is concentrated in these urban areas. So we're facing, the rural areas and the further areas are being, kind of left behind, because people are moving into the cities, and also economy is moving into the cities. So we've been working in how to really build, a value proposition for the rural areas. And we've been doing this through technology and through digitalization, as to bringing in new opportunities. We know that new opportunities will be made on, the basic digitalization infrastructure. So we need connectivity everywhere in order to connect citizens, but also to promote economic activity. And also in digitizing old and traditional sectors, as well as to bring on new opportunities for the economy. So we're doing that together with the territory, with the rural areas, and we're promoting the use, for instance, of 5G. We call these 5G areas, where we promote the development and the testing of 5G for a specific sector. as to deploy the ecosystem around it so that it can flourish really in these remote areas.
Well, thank you. Roland, would you like to take this question on? Specifically, how does Austria adopt technology in order to support the digitization development in the communities that you represent?
Well, of course, in Austria, we have the national approach, but of course also the community approach, especially in the city of Vienna, which has been voted the most livable city, at least in the top 5 in the last 10 years, I would say. Vienna is maybe one of the forerunners also in digitalization and making use of digitalization for the people. So, for example, by 2030, the goal of the city of Vienna is that all processes and services of the municipal administration that are of relevance to the public are digitalized and fully automated wherever possible. So, but also inclusion of all people living in Vienna, of all the Viennese, because it's a growing city. So, for just as an example, in 2017, the Say Vienna app or Tell Vienna app was created, where each and every citizen can report through this app if there's a broken pavement or malfunctioning traffic or an empty dog waste disposal bag dispenser. They can report this in, and the city administration actually really has to deal with it. And the citizen in question who reports this will then be contacted as soon as the issue has been solved through this app. And since 2017, more than 100,000 cases have been solved in this way. So participation is very, very important in the city of Vienna. And so, and the city of Vienna also creates an excellent pool of data and digitalized and uses that data pool actually for the decision making and the management purposes, but also make this information, this data pool, publicly accessible. So that's a part of open government and transparency. So inclusion of the citizen is very, very important. Or I always like to give examples of what's happening. Or in Wien Mobil, for example, that's called the Vienna Public Transport Corporation. They have created in the meantime, I think it's 10 or 12 traffic points. So where where everything, all possibilities of transport are conveniently combined. So there is an optimization of public transport, private transport, any kind of mobility service, like using the bicycle, using Uber, using all different car sharing facilities and so on. So to make it just more easily accessible and more easily usable by the people. So and also there are more and more information labs, especially for the elderly who might have more problems with using smartphones, computers, apps. So there are information labs being created all over the city. So it's for the city of Vienna, and to stay on top, it is necessary to include the people and take them with you on the way to the future in this case.
Great, thank you very much. So there are always challenges in creating a smart city or an intelligent community. So what do you do to transform your community into a smart city? And what are those challenges and how do you overcome them? We start with Betty, please.
When transforming our community into a smart city, we think the challenge can often be found in both the public and private sectors. Using the public sector as an example, as we know, smart city planning is cross-disciplinary in nature and requires a lot of communication across various departments within the one local government. Moreover, when working with local governments for smart city development, their willingness, capabilities, and priorities in adopting a new technology and new solution may also vary greatly from one city to another. As for the private sector, sometimes the challenges are more profound to companies looking to deploy in less populated and remote areas. Given the difficulty for a new service to scale or the limited ability to start up in providing this innovation service, just to name a few. Okay. To overcome the challenges mentioned earlier, here are some of the approaches we've taken. First of all, to encourage effective cross-department communication within local city government, we encourage them to establish task force led by senior officials. The best is their mayor. Okay. Secondly, we designate a point of contact for consultation on smart city development for each city, in which the point of contact can provide tailor-made suggestions, conduct workshops, and facilitate dialogue between local solution providers and city government in order to enhance their willingness and capacity of adopting new services. Thirdly, we utilize policy tools and provide additional subsidies for companies to deploy in remote areas. It really takes budget, okay. Lastly, we allocate resources and support to help startups participate in smart city development by relocation from cities to their hometowns and building up their company to launch innovation service with ICT for the local community, because especially the remote area, they are lack of the young generation. So it's very important to encourage our young generation to go back to their hometown and support the local digital transformation. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Betty. Thank you. So Liat, in Tel Aviv, what are your challenges in transforming your community into a smart city?
I think the first and foremost challenge in Tel Aviv and in any city is that the city's main priority is running the day-to-day operation of the city and the now. Okay, so it's not a corporation, and it's not concerned with the competition or having the latest project and the latest technology. It first and foremost is concerned about giving satisfaction to the citizens on a daily basis. So I think that the biggest challenge is getting, the city's time and attention towards looking into something that is more futuristic, that is more, it's not in the here and now. And this is why in Tel Aviv, this is one of the main reasons that Citizen was formed, because our main concern is 100%, looking into the future and looking into here and now, and not looking only into here and now. And what we, the unique formation that we're built is that part of our steering committee, being the city, is that we are directly under the responsibility of the CIO of the city. And therefore, the CIO, and it's responsible for all the IT in all the city, and therefore we have access, very good access to all the different departments of the city. It's the CIO's office it runs across the board with all the different departments. So this is how we kind of dare to mitigate the technology that we see from startups, and what we understand are the needs for the city, through the dialogue that we encourage them to make, and then to help them find the solution, and then help them go through a piloting process, and which is something that takes time takes resources of the city. So this is our job to get their attention and to help the technology get into the city. This is how we do it. Plus, we have the other challenges that I briefly mentioned about, the citizen and the objection that maybe you can do you can have in regular streets. What is the system that you put and why is it there? And when you have a logistical area that is also owned by the city, but it does have really living use cases, then you can do it with less delays and with less objections and less issues that you would have when you have like regular streets and regular areas of the city. And of course, not only that, but also regulations that sometimes you need. You don't have yet the regulation that you would need in a regular area. In our area, which is a logistical area, you don't sometimes need it to go through the first stages of testing the technology. You don't have to have the regulation in place in order to test the technology. So this is kind of what we're trying to bridge, the challenges that the city of Tel Aviv saw when envisioning City Zone, and it's trying to solve through us.
Great, thank you very much. And Maria, you have some challenges in Barcelona. How do you overcome them? And what are they specifically?
Yeah. So I would say one of the challenges in developing a smart city is the financial challenge. So how do you really invest and finance the whole smart city development? It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of public effort, and it takes a lot of private effort. So how do you align all those economic efforts is crucial in succeeding in putting together the smart city project. And this also links to what Liat was saying, that from the public authority point of view, they're very much into daily daily problems that link them to the citizens. So planning, when bringing together long-term planning and smart city development needs a long-term planning, because it's not happening tomorrow. It's happening in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years time, and in planning in short term. So I'd say the first challenge is related to how do you finance the smart city development. The second challenge is how do you align short-term decision-making to a long-term vision that the smart city deployment requires. And the third one, and this is part of the solution as well as the challenge, is how do you deploy a governance model that links together, that brings together the different areas involved in the smart city development. And we all know that organizations and even more the public sectors work in a very siloed and departmental way. So how do you break that? And I've seen that a lot of cities opt for this, CIO figure that is transversal to all the departments and that has, the capacity to bring technology as a transversal way, in a transversal way, or otherwise forming these, bodies or these organizations side to side with the city council that are more into looking at the long-term vision, at how other cities are developing their smart city projects, and as to bringing in like new forms of, city development.
So just as an add-on, Maria, you're talking about these silos. So how do you break these silos down? And in the Intelligent Community Forum, two things that we talk about is inclusion and engagement. And we're dealing with the public. How do you deal with the public in that respect?
So first thing, and this is something that worked in Barcelona 10 years ago when we were deploying the smart city at the beginning, was having, a big dose of leadership, and this came from the city mayor. So if he's got the vision or she's got the vision, then everything will leak into the organization. Second is we started reporting we started a new report on smart cities. So basically reporting on the advancement of different city projects. So whenever someone didn't see their projects in that report that was sent out from the mayor, they would happily, raise their hands as to be involved in the report. So basically, I would say it's two-way. First, you need, a big dose of leadership, but then you also need something that really promotes that people that are used to working in their, very own area and siloed area, or have an incentive to work with the other areas in the city council. Otherwise, smart cities is just won't happen, because we saw this, we've seen this in many cities, and you cannot go for smart transportation if you don't bring, the public transport together with the private transport, and together with, startups and the data manager together to work on something that works for all of them.
Well, thank you. Roland, same question to you. You mean Vienna and Austria in general may have a number of challenges. How do you overcome them in Vienna?
Well, I would say, apart from financing, which is absolutely correct, to invest into the future, this is what we have to do right now in all those sectors, and smart city, urban planning, the waste of resources. These are the challenges which we have nowadays. So we don't have that many resources, so we cannot waste everything. So one way maybe to also overcome is when you have identified the needs, the needs, then you, as a city, as a local community, you need somebody with expertise to go to. So, for example, in Austria's case, one of the best hubs we have is the Austrian Technology Corporation, which is a nationally private and public funded entity and supported by business, by startups, by companies, from different sectors, and of course several federal ministries. Well, I'm proud to say, including my own one, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this entity is, in my opinion, the best one-stop shop service point in Austria when it comes to smart city cooperation and the implementation of smart city plans and technologies on a national level. But of course, as they have the expertise and the business background, the technology, and also reaching out, cooperating with cities, entities worldwide. They are represented through MOUs and many other things, also here in Taiwan. We have one or two cooperations with the city of New Taipei City and Taoyuan. Taoyuan is just getting prepared now, getting implemented. So it's a way also to learn from other international entities. One of the solutions in the city of Vienna, for example, I always like to bring examples, is for example, when it comes to all issues relating to building refurbishment, energy efficiency of buildings or upgrading buildings, there is the city of Vienna is intending, or actually in the process of creating, a one-stop shop entity in the city of Vienna, dealing with all those issues, giving advice, having a service center implemented where individuals, organizations can go to and get the best information on the building code, for example, on the best way how to deal with the waste management, or many other things. For example, concerning energy issues for old style houses, new buildings, what is the best way? And of course, this is very, very important now, as we are also dealing with an energy crisis, just namely gas, coal, and oil, right? So heating systems have to be replaced, different solutions have to be found, and all of this is is being done by creating one-stop shops in different areas. And so on a national level, on a bigger scale in the cities, and of course on a smaller scale in the countryside, in smaller communities. So I think those challenges can be overcome. So it's not only a matter of finances. I completely agree. This is if you don't have the money, you cannot plan or implement anything. But it's also very important the information from top to bottom and bottom to the top. The information flow is very, very important to find out the needs of local communities.
I agree. Thank you very much. Now, one of the biggest challenges we've all addressed over the last couple of years has been this pandemic. So how does technology help to strategize to mitigate these challenges? And Betty, can you take that on, please?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think the COVID really hit Taiwan's economy a lot. Many new norms of our lives have been emerged, such as e-learning and telemedicine, home economy, and zero-contact economy. Many local governments and venue operators are also think about use digital technology for pandemic prevention, public health promotion, and zero-contact economy. For example, we have a smart ticketing service. It's not this before the pandemic. This is a service that integrates ticketing with mobile payment with many different coach companies. In the past, taking the coach often requires the passenger to queue in line for a long time without knowing the availability of seats and each ride. Ticketing service, seating availability, and payment methods were not integrated into a single portal. So during the pandemic, taking the public transport also follows the real name registration system. Within this app, it also becomes very helpful to coach, service, and Taipei station operator to effectively manage the crowd. And also beyond that, we have a solution we call the T-Cloud solutions. Like we invite all the SaaS into we call the T-Cloud marketplace. And we found all the SME, especially the company under 9 person in their company, and to purchase the SaaS solution. And during that period, we invited more than 20,000 small and medium company to purchase those SaaS solutions. And those solutions can be used very easily, so they can do their business in that period of time. Those SaaS solutions like POS or CRM or ERP, etc., is very useful for those. Even some vendors, they can use that app or that SaaS to help their business keep on going. So we think that's very helpful for our community. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Betty. Same thing. Could I hear from Maria on this topic, please?
Yeah. So I'd say that one of the main takeaways from the pandemic has been the acceleration of adoption of technology. So right now it's more generalized. And I would say that for the sake of smart cities, or how do we evolve into a more digitized society, would be, hybrid work models that promote a kind of a balance, not just between, your private life and professional life, but also related to the challenge that I was mentioning before between the urban and rural areas. And, with these hybrid work models, a lot of people are moving into the rural or less dense areas to live. And I think that this is also connected to the fact that after the pandemic, we're all more, we are more conscious about what we want in our cities, in our habitats, and also how we want to live in these habitats. And so maybe moving into, less dense, less habitated areas proposes a different value proposition for citizens. And so that needs to be, part of the equation also in developing the smart cities and smart territories of the future. It's also very important to accrue a fundamental objective, which is sustainability. And with hybrid work models, we developed this study in Catalonia, and we assessed that working remotely 2 to 3 times per week improved 26% or saved 26% of CO2 emissions, so individual CO2 emissions. So it also gives a sense of how I, citizen, can, really also be part of this challenge, which is the global challenge of sustainability, climate change, and also in how using technology to tackle these global challenges.
Yeah, we're going to tackle the discussion around sustainability and resiliency in a moment. But Roland, how did you fare in Vienna and across Austria during the pandemic? And has technology been useful, I suppose, in overcoming some of those challenges during COVID?
Well, absolutely. Technology has actually helped a lot in different areas when the pandemic hit. So solutions were found partly quite quickly. For example, I always like to bring examples. So there were, during the lockdown periods, of course, people couldn't go to work. So you have very often a problem with supply chains. So an Austrian startup, a Vienna startup company called Prewave, came actually up with a monitoring app which covered whole of Austria, and where you could see the disruptions of several or different supply chains in different sectors of the economy. Or in the national strategy and especially in the local strategy in Vienna. In Vienna, testing, PCR testing was very, very important. So the city of Vienna also, again, together with a startup company, created a special PCR testing system, which then, when it was rolled out, the whole city of Vienna, actually every citizen, could basically go testing on a daily basis, but did the tests at home. So they got a testing kit from a nearby store, used the mobile phone with an app, with a camera, identifying him or herself, like by passport or driver's license, and actually videoed the whole process from the testing kit. Then you had to close down the testing kits, write down your number, and actually drop it off again at the next supermarket or some supply store in the different points all over the city. And you got a test result within 24 hours, digitalized and official. It was an officially recognized PCR test certificate, and this has been very, very successful because you needed the data. You needed to see how the pandemic spread. If the lockdown helps, it's all about information to be able to react in this system. And now you can go to in Austria, everybody at the moment. So the testing has been reduced, and at the moment you get 5 tests for free, 5 PCR tests for free a month, and 5 antigen tests also for free per month through the National Health Services.
Okay, I agree with Maria as well regarding the adoption of a hybrid model. I think people are looking at that as being reasonable moving forward. And so sustainability and resiliency, these are issues that all smart cities are dealing with, and they come in very different forms, as we understand. So what we're going to focus on is your journey towards that sustainable development by looking at best practices. So you might want to talk a little bit more, and some of you already have, on the smart city technologies and your infrastructure that's unique to your community that the government has been able to use to incentivize companies and startups towards sustainable development. So let's start off with Betty. Betty, could you talk a little bit about your situation in Taiwan?
Okay. I agree with Roland. You mentioned about the Vietnam. You got a very useful app to have very much information that give to the citizens. And I think the street parking problem is also very common pain point for all of our living in the city. So due to its insufficient information of available parking spaces, people waste time and energy to find their parking spots and cause traffic congestion. So take one of the solution providers, TIDC, in the Smart City Taiwan project as an example. TIDC provides a smart parking app to collect data for future data analysis. By building the smart parking business intelligence system, it helps community shops and governments and ecosystem partners to make decisions and provide important reference for the future mass mobility as a service policies. By using IoT and geomagnetic equipment under the ground, okay, TIDC can monitor parking space availability and share the information to the cloud for public access. Okay, through this app, and our citizens can easily find their street side parking and save up to maybe 9 or 10 minutes per search. This also translates into cutting down tons of carbon emission while improving traffic in the city. And so moreover, city government can gain access to the data collected from this parking space to implement better management and policy planning for the public in the future. So smart parking service can also be integrated with online payment system to provide more convenience to the general public. So also for the startups and business, it's a very good infrastructure that the government provides to the or environment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Liat, are there any innovations that have been observed in your specific community that can be shared with the world? I mean, are there things that you see that are exportable?
Well, yes, the entire idea of City Zone is to help startups that have internationalization plans and are not just servicing the city of Tel Aviv, because if you just do that, then the startup, maybe the solution succeeds, but the startup dies. So we're looking to help them also export and become international. And we have several quite interesting solutions. The city of Tel Aviv has been a member of the C40 organization that strives to help decrease carbon emissions and reduce half by 2030. So this is also an ambition that the city of Tel Aviv shares and strives to do. And there's a plan still. Parts of it are already starting to be implemented. Parts of the plan are still being formed. But in terms of reducing energy sources and using more natural energy and natural lighting and they're reducing the heat inside the city. So this is a problem that has already been delegated to City Zone, and we have different solutions that are really, really interesting. One of them is a company called LumiWeave that has that actually won the C40 competition, the designer and the pilot that the prize was to implement a pilot in Tel Aviv, and they did it here in City Zone, and they're now a part of the City Zone portfolio. And what they do is that they have shading, different areas on the streets and playgrounds. That what it does, it's completely off the grid, and it has solar embedded panels in the fabric of the umbrella. And then during the day, it absorbs the sun heat, and during the night, it provides lighting underneath. So it's completely off the grid, and therefore we have electricity off the grid with that. And this is already starting to be implemented in the city. Another solution that is being tested right now is a company called Salt Cold that does active cooling by the sunlight. Actually, it's a material that actually is white, and when it comes in contact with sunbeams, it creates a cooling effect underneath. So we're now piloting it on electricity boxes that are on the streets, and then they have very sensitive equipment and they need cooling, and you have to cool it. Right now you do it with air conditioning, and you use energy to cool the boxes, and we're trying to create that effect without electricity as well. So we're trying to do that, and then the next stage would be to test it in bigger structures, such as classes in schools and different kind of structures that can we can take out the component of air conditioning in these structures, and that would obviously create a very good effect in our bigger effort to reduce carbon emissions. And we have another company called BioShade that does biological shading, and basically does plants that they're agronomists are trying to combine IoT with agronomy. And what they do is that they have a watering system for different kind of plants that make them grow really rapidly, and provide biological shading, plant shading, where you cannot plant trees. So these are just 3 examples of the kind of technologies that are being implemented here, and hopefully within a couple of years they'll be out in the world.
So yeah, just as an add-on, these communities of interest, do they include your universities and other training centers? Because obviously, the universities and the kind of research that they do they provide the kind of stimulus and capabilities to the companies that you deal with?
So yeah, we're being owned partly by the city and partly by the university. This is a great benefit for us, because we do offer to connect between researchers and the startups. And actually, one of the 3 companies that I mentioned, BioShade, has took advantage and is doing a research with the university about different habitats of the plants, in order to maximize the effect and the growth of the plants, and to really adequately choose the right plants for the right area. And also, so-called, it's actually an innovation that started off in university, and then was and they're commercializing it, but they started the development with the collaboration by a professor in the university. So yes, there's a lot of collaboration between academy and the startups.
Thank you. So Maria, same question to you, is about sustainability and resiliency. Are there innovations that you're seeing in your community that could become exported? Not only are they good best practices, but they're actually useful.
Yes, I would like to share with you what the European Commission is doing, because actually that Europe has set the goal of becoming climate neutral by 2050. So the overall Europe. So the Commission started by, putting up this mission on climate neutral and smart cities, of which I'm part of the board. And so for this, they selected 100 cities it's 112 actually, that must, be the first in the race. So be climate neutral by 2030. Barcelona is one of these cities, but there's, of course, other 7 Spanish cities and also 112 in total in Europe. So basically, the challenge here is how do you plan and measure how a city is becoming climate neutral in 8 years. And so it differs very much from city to city. So part of the challenge here is by putting together and coming up with this, what we're calling the climate city contracts, that are contracts that are commitments made from the city, but not just the city, but also including the ecosystem supporting the city, into what actions and what financing tools will you use and will you deploy in order to become climate neutral in 2030. And so these climate city contracts include, of course, an agenda on how you'll overcome the issue, but also new economic models for climate action. And this includes how to finance this transition. And how do you finance it? Of course, together with the banking system, but also with the private sector. And of course, including universities, research centers, and everyone. So it's also a promotion of using smart systems and new technology, and of course, data platforms as to integrate the different, sources of information and becoming more intelligent in deploying the analytics of the city. But thing is, it depends. Like the plans for Barcelona to become climate neutral in 2030 are, of course, very different to the plans that Gothenburg in Sweden may have for becoming climate neutral in 2030. So the challenge here is how do you search for a, common solutions so that you can scale these solutions really, as to create also a market so that the private investment will come in and join. So we're at this phase right now. We're at the phase of looking for the common, the common objectives and the common solutions for the whole 112 cities, and also looking at the specifics of the cities to include in these climate city contracts. But it's a huge challenge. So listening up to the different, kind of solutions, and the solutions in Tel Aviv that might be useful for Mediterranean cities like Barcelona are very useful.
Great, thank you. Roland, same question. In dealing with resiliency and sustainability, are there methodologies? Are there ways in which your government is helping to incentivize companies and startups towards sustainable development? And if you are there some examples that you could maybe cite that could be exportable, could be developed to create opportunities on an international level, maybe among all of you?
Yeah, I would say, for example, the city of Vienna's approach in regaining public space for the people. As I said, I always like examples. Like my apartment is in a street, and through public participation of the residents in the area, the people were asked to choose from 3 alternatives on how to create a new street there, by firstly slowing down traffic, secondly having more space for pedestrians and for bicyclists, and actually instead of creating new parking spaces, there will be this street. It's quite a long street, but it will lose 70 parking lots, 70 public parking lots, which could be used by anybody. The second thing is by parking lots to make it actually less attractive to come to town to work by car. So create outside the city, creating park and ride facilities, either very cheap or free of charge, and having points of access for public transportation. So the goal of the city of Vienna is to reach any point from anywhere within the city limits within 15 minutes, either by bicycle, by different means of transport, by metro, MTR, by bus, by streetcars, trams, or any other kinds of public transport. So therefore, to minimize carbon emissions, individual traffic has to be not banned, but it has to be less attractive. And also, for example, by doing the following, parking spaces more and more only for residents living in the area in different districts for a small annual fee, and making other available parking lots quite expensive. Actually, they are quite expensive, I must say. They are €2.20 per half hour, which is quite a lot, I would say. But on the other hand, to make public transport very, very affordable. So public transport in Vienna, the annual ticket without any discounts to anybody, any grown-up working adult, paying taxes or whoever, is only €365. That's €1 a day. So that's in Taiwan dollar approximately 11,200 per year. And of course, discounted tickets go down to students, school students. It's only €70 a year. So it's very, very affordable to use public transport. It becomes more attractive. And of course, individual traffic more and more becomes less attractive. So I think this is a model, and also at the same time regaining public space, creating pedestrian zones, greening up the city, creating microclimates. I think this is a very, very important way on how to deal with it, and to actually solve different problems at the same time. And I think this can be done by this approach, for example.
Great. Thank you, Roland. We're coming to the end, so I'd like to just ask Betty the same question. Are there innovations that you've observed, not only in Taiwan, but maybe anywhere around the world, that your community could benefit from, or if you're developing them, share them with the rest of the world? And are any of them exportable? Betty.
Okay. I've got two examples that I can share here. The first one would be the smart aquaculture solutions. Okay, aquaculture and fishery, because Taiwan is an island, so you know we are very good at aquaculture and fishery. Okay, and they are still under the great impact of the weather, as well as factors such as water temperature, dissolved oxygen, and pH level in the pond. If not handled carefully, the impact on fish or shrimps could be really bad. So it is therefore a labor-intensive for fish farmers. Okay, by software and hardware integration, there's a company called Q Company. Okay, built an IoT platform to monitor the environment and feeding system in the pond and document human wisdom in the breeding process. In time, it has been proven to increase yield by 20%. Okay, the smart aquaculture solution has also been exported to the places like Brunei, the Philippines, and Indonesia, and deployed to over 1,000 acres of ponds to show how Taiwan's technology and solution can help our neighbors. And the second case would be the intelligence commercial drone solutions. Consider the high cost of logistics in remote areas. Taiwan's company with CIRC has integrated intelligence drone, fleet management system, and AI data analytical platform to provide logistic service to remote areas with precise precision. Okay, and CIRC is also work with post office to deliver goods to remote areas, for example, Hsinchu in Taiwan, and establishing SOP for domestic drone service for logistics. In this case, also being proven as a great way to improve efficiency and reduce burden on manpower for a wide range of areas in remote locations across Taiwan. And CIRC is also worked with Japan's Rakuten Logistics to deliver goods and provision to remote areas in Japan, as well as with Japan's telecom operator, KDDI, for the disaster support and relief. So we think it's a very good example that already export to another country. So we think it's very good. There are still lots of solutions, but today is the time constraint. So I only introduced two. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Betty. And thank you not only to Betty, but to Liette, Maria, and to Roland for this wonderful panel. So from an intelligent community forums perspective, these kinds of best practices that we've heard today will go a long way to help communities around the world to become better and more livable cities. Sharing these best practices is a key intelligent community forum attribute. So it's truly, as today's theme says, together for a better future. So thank you all for your participation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
接下来要在开放舞台上全台首次播出的是2022国际智慧城市推动经验对谈美洲场，邀请来自 ICF 智慧城市论坛共同创办人担任主持人，以及美国俄亥俄州、美国维吉尼亚州阿灵顿郡的代表，加上台湾智慧城市重要推动单位数位发展部数位产业署林俊秀副署长。4位语坛人将针对共同议题，透过对谈交流、智慧城市推动经验，作为未来合作议题的参考。语谈的内容包含各地区针对智慧城市推动的政策，还有疫情冲击下如何透过科技与智慧解决方案来因应，当然还有智慧城市推动上的成功案例。最后，迈向永续发展的下一步。接下来就让我们来观看2022国际智慧城市推动经验对谈美洲场 Together for a Better Future。
Well, hello everyone and welcome to the Smart City Virtual Roundtable, which we call Together for a Better Future. And we are going to get together tonight to talk about a better future. We have a conversation tonight between Taiwan and cities in the United States who are or have been designated as intelligent communities. My name is Lou Zaccarella. I'm one of the founders of the Intelligent Community Forum. We are an international think tank headquartered in New York, and I'm really delighted to be here to be your moderator for this conversation. The organizers I would like to thank because we wouldn't be here without them. And they are the Smart City Development Project Office, delegated by the Administration for Digital Industries, the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Taiwan, and our organization, the Intelligent Community Forum, which has also an Intelligent Community Taiwan organization. So we're very grateful that these two folks have organized this for us. What we're going to do tonight is really have a discussion about the digital infrastructure that is in place and how it is enabling communities to continue to go forward, not just technologically, but also socially. So we're going to be talking about what technology means for citizens in the three communities that we have under the spotlight tonight. So we'll be having a broader discussion about that, and we're looking forward to that. Before I introduce our guests tonight, I did want to take a few moments to give a loud congratulations to the city of New Taipei City in Taiwan. We just came from Dublin, Ohio, where the Intelligent Community Forum had its 23rd annual summit and awards program. And as many of you know, in the State House for the state of Ohio on the evening of October 27th, New Taipei City emerged from a pack of 7 very worthy contenders to be named Intelligent Community of the Year. And we were just delighted to see Taiwan have that honor. It's the 4th time in the history of our awards that they have had a #1 city. So congratulations to those of you in Taiwan tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And I believe the folks from Taiwan are just New Taipei City are on their way back after having an information gathering tour at Ohio State University and other places. So they learned quite a bit, and they learned quite a bit about the city of Dublin, Ohio, which Mr. Doug McCulloch, who's with us tonight, their CIO, will tell you quite a bit about. So let me introduce the people who are a part of this roundtable, the Smart City Virtual Roundtable. I want to welcome you, our listeners, to this. Mr. Junxiao Lin is the Deputy Director of Administration for the Digital Industries, the Ministry of Digital Affairs, I should say, in Taiwan. He is coming to us from his new office tonight, so he isn't even unpacked yet, but he's willing to spend an hour with us to talk a little bit about what he does. To give you a little bit of a brief on the organization, the administration's missions are quite important. They are to promote the development of the digital economy in Taiwan, guide, award, and manage digital economy-related industries. The administration is the authority on digital economy development, in charge of digital economy-related industry policy planning and regulation drafting, as well as digital technology application promotion, which encompasses things that many of you are familiar with: artificial intelligence, big data, platform technology, system integration and field applications, software products and digital services, digital content, and data economy and economy-related industry talent cultivation. It's a wide portfolio and very critical to both Taiwan's economy and, of course, many of our economies, because Taiwan has such an influence there. So, Director General Lin, thank you so much for making the time to be with us tonight. Ni hao.
Yeah, thank you.
Also with us tonight, as I mentioned earlier, is Doug McCulloch. Doug is the CIO of the city of Dublin, Ohio, a multi-time top 7 intelligent community. And for those of you who may not be quite familiar with Dublin, Ohio, they are not Dublin, Ireland. They are actually a higher performer than Dublin, Ireland. They are located kind of on the border with Columbus, which is the state capital. They are also the home of the Intelligent Community Forum's Institute, but they have been, like Taiwan, performing well above their population capacity for a number of years. For example, Dublin has more Fortune 1000 companies located there than any other city in the United States on a per capita basis. And of course, that's not an accident, as you will learn in a few moments. Doug is the Chief Information Officer of the City of Dublin, where he leads initiatives in IT information, innovation, digital experience. He oversees their smart city strategy, broadband, of course, intelligent communities, and blockchain. Dublin, Ohio, as I said, has a reputation as a haven for tech-oriented businesses interested in the collaboration opportunities between smart cities and the private sector. And he has really facilitated the infrastructure there that is, in the view of many people, a sort of testament to the new urbanism and what is possible with intelligent communities. A city of 50,000, as I said, that performs like a city that's much larger. We think they're the model of the future going forward, and they are beginning to prove us right. The city is innovating in areas of, again, artificial intelligence, broadband, augmented reality, virtual reality, connected and autonomous vehicles, a very big series of initiatives are going on there. Smart mobility, intelligent transportation systems, IoT, UAVs, and automation. And through the Global Institute for the Study of the Intelligent Community, Dublin reaches out to communities around the state of Ohio, to establish an intelligent state, which Ohio was so designated. The city has partnerships with the Route 33 Innovation Corridor, Council of Governments, in the establishment of a smart mobility corridor that, again, is probably leading the United States in this area, and certainly for the testing of connected and autonomous vehicles. So they are, again, someone that we can look to as an intelligent community that gets it right and is an example for others, and is now beginning to influence the entire state of Ohio into looking probably more like Taiwan, which has many, many intelligent cities, and as has been spoken of before, is an intelligent island. So Doug, welcome. Great to see you again.
Thank you, Lou, and welcome to my peers and colleagues, and good morning and good evening.
We're going to move a little further east in the United States, and our other conversation partner tonight is the city of Arlington, the county of Arlington in Virginia. One of the, again, more remarkable places, a multi-time intelligent community. The last time it was a top 7 was 2017. Arlington benefits greatly from its location on the border. It's also a border city, if you will, to Washington, D.C. Arlington County is the home of the Pentagon, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. More than 8,000 federal employees work there, and tens of thousands more private sector and nonprofit jobs are enabled by its proximity to the federal government. The concentration of nationally known universities has given the county a remarkable educated workforce, in which more than 73%, 3 out of every 4 adult residents, has a graduate degree. So it's a very smart place. So don't mess with it. Its high-tech public school system is ranked in the top 2% in the United States. It is also a national example of very smart growth planning, thanks to successful initiatives in the 1980s that caused a new metro rail line from Washington to run through an existing commercial corridor rather than a cheaper route along a future interstate highway. The result was a high-density economic growth that took place around these metro stations, leaving quiet residential neighborhoods and about 1,200 acres of green space beyond. So it was a testament to intelligent planning as well. Representing Arlington and what they call the Arlington Way is Cindy Ye. Cindy is the Senior Business Ambassador at Arlington Economic Development. She is a 2-decade experienced international business development and program management executive. In her current role, she assists local, national, and international businesses, enabling them to expand or relocate to the community in an effort to continue to grow the robust economy in Arlington. She is a certified economic developer, and she is someone who is a big part of the success at Arlington. So Cindy, welcome to our roundtable tonight.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be on this panel.
It's good to see you, and we appreciate you making the time. Holly Hartel joins her. Holly is also based in Arlington County, Virginia. She is the Department of Technology Services Assistant Chief Information Officer for Strategic Initiatives. She's been employed with the county government since 2006. She started her career with the county as a consultant, where she led the finance team for the county's enterprise resource planning and implementations. She served as the operations manager for the system for almost a decade before moving into her current role as the Department of Technology Services Assistant CIO for Strategic Initiatives. She's responsible for aligning tech investments with the strategic direction of the county and the needs of the citizens. Her area of focus includes digital equity and smart city opportunities. So, Holly, it's great to see you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be in such great company of such an esteemed colleague. So I'm interested in the next couple of minutes and listening to the conversation and participating in the conversation.
Well, thank you. It's going to be a good one. I spent all that time giving people your credentials tonight because, again, we wanted to establish that we have people here who have built cities, run cities, and understand the power of the digital platform and how it can make intelligent communities and the places we call home so much better. So, Director Lynn, I'm going to start with you tonight since you're the host. This is a home game for you. Let's talk about the core framework, the community's core, Taiwan's core framework, and how it enables smart cities. Can you give us a little sense of how you adopt technology in order to support the digitization development, but also the growth of the remarkable economies that we find there?
Okay, thank you. I think first of all, I would like to thank our speakers for taking time with us at your Sunday night, especially in this Halloween season. You are supposed to, do some celebration activity with your family. So I would like to thank you for your participation. And speaking of, the core framework in becoming smart city, I think Taiwan employ a model called the PPPP, public-private and people partnership. And there are two mechanisms. One is top-down and the other is bottom-up. So, but the only difference is who initiate the project. For top-down mechanism, the central government initiate the project. And for bottom-up mechanism, the local government initiate the project. But today, I'm going to focus on the top-down mechanism because my colleague Betty is going to focus on bottom-up mechanism in the next roundtable, ICF roundtable. So I think speaking of technology to support the digitalization development, I think you all know Taiwan is an island with a famous ICT industry. So we always think about how to use technology to develop digital services. So in terms of policy, we encourage the industry to make use of today's advanced technology, such as 5G, AI, IoT, big data, cloud, and to develop digital services. We have, as I said before, we have top-down mechanism and bottom-up mechanism. So under the top-down mechanism, the government, the central government predetermines the theme based on the current industrial digital development, and then invite the industry to propose innovative ideas that match the theme technology. And then central government provide funding to assist them to run domestic trials and generate many successful use cases. So let me give you an example. Taiwan is a small island, and so I think there are a lot of population in urban areas. So it's not easy to find on street, the roadside parking spaces without any gate, okay? So it's a roadside parking spaces. So it's a problem for a long time. And so in our Smart City Taiwan project, we invite private sector to come up with innovative solution to solve this problem. So an operator apply. There's one example. I think it's quite useful example is an operator apply geomagnetic devices to collect real-time information, and information parking space if it's occupied or empty. So this is real-time information. We open up this real-time information as open data. So we open this data to allow the developer to develop any app to assist the drivers who are looking for parking spaces. So, and I think this is a successful example. So it accepts the driver an average of 5 to 8 minutes each time, and which is estimated to save about 24 hours, that's 1 day in a year. So I think this is a great social value that we have to move to, the Taiwan government have to move from focusing on economic development to social development. So I think this it also reduce a lot of carbon footprint. Okay, that's my that's a little bit explanation of what we are doing in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Deputy Director General. Because Mr. Lin, because what's interesting there, just as I segue to Doug here, is of course the top-down and bottom-up approach, which is unique, and but that in itself is not the thing. What's interesting about Taiwan and its approach is that you would think it sounds a little bit like small ball, right? It's the individual being served by the government with the technology. And what we've learned is that this is part of a policy in Taiwan, which is really designed to use technology to, as they said at New Taipei City, to relieve the burdens of living on their citizens. Now, when you think about that, that's a wonderful phrase. But what it really means is that we understand that life is hard. And believe me, anybody who lives in New York City and looks for parking believes that life is not hard, that life may not even be worth living on some days. But here we are in Taiwan, where they're thinking about how to apply the technology, as Mr. Lin said, to save up to 8 minutes a day. That's about 24 hours a year. Multiply that by the hundreds of thousands of people now who have time to do other things, to be more productive, to spend more time shopping, to concentrate, perhaps to spend an extra 2 hours at church or with their family. And so, Mr. Lin, that has economic consequence as well, because we know from studies of economics that when people are happier, that when the burdens of living are taken off them, they produce more, correct?
Yeah, but or in economic, we call it utility. That's people's utility,
People's utility.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of a mechanical way to say it, but I think that's in fact what happens. People's usefulness is sort of liberated. Thank you for that. Doug, Dublin, Ohio took a different approach, I think. It decided to take its destiny in its own hands as a city. It kind of went from the bottom versus the top-down, bottom-up approach, right? You guys built a municipal network, and then from there you began to design and get ahead of the game with regard to your own digital infrastructure. Can you tell the people listening out there a little bit about how Dublin approached its digital infrastructure construction and what the social and economic outcomes have been?
Sure, and I really do appreciate Director Lin talking about 4 Ps, P. We just used 3 Ps, so now I've got to add a 4th P. So I appreciate that. And, we actually think less about a total smart city anymore than we did in the past. And we use the Intelligent Community Forums methodology to achieve intelligence. We believe that you can achieve smart on the path to intelligent. And its framework is robust, complete, and actionable. So that's our thinking there. And that said, we are opportunistic about using smart technologies to address specific needs, such as curbside management, parking, traffic, congestion relief, and connectivity. And so we do say parking, but we've been talking a little bit more about curbside management lately. It's the new buzzword. So I found that local government is a little bit less proactive in adopting technologies. And so we need to build interest or even demand for technology adoption before we're able to gain an appreciation for forward-looking ideas. So we try to lead not by discussing technologies at all, but rather interests or opportunities, problems or services. And we found that people are interested, for example, we have something called SnowGo application that allows them to monitor the plowing of snow. They're more interested in that than they are in whatever the application is or the technology behind it. They just like to be able to know when their street is going to be plowed of snow. And so once we've implemented such a technology, we find that people are then interested in expanding it or extending it, but they weren't interested in it initially. And in addition, we don't necessarily like to do pilots all the time, but running pilot projects, for local government are a good way to both validate the thesis behind the new technologies, as well as see if there is citizen support for the changes. So pilots work. Ultimately, there must be a citizen or a resident benefit to the adoption of the technology, such as relief of traffic congestion or faster access to parking or greater transparency of records or data. And so I must say, during the Global Summit this past week, all of our communities were inspired by the Taiwan phrase, relief of the burdens of living. And it's just a wonderful way of putting it. But I think all of us are really focused on what is your need first, because people grow tired of hearing about how smart we're going to be and how we're going to use this technology. And yet they want to talk about it. So we have to find, hit people where they are and what are your challenges and what are you facing? And let's make the technology as invisible as possible.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. And again, that's a key phrase, right? Because I think you've said before that the technology has to really, really run in the background like software. You almost like flipping on a light switch. You citizens can't be thinking about this stuff because they have other applications to run, like their lives, right? Like getting to work.
Right. I believe so. I think it's a trap talking about technology too much, especially since as a technology guy, I will do that. But, we don't use it anymore, but it used to be like dial tone. You pick up the phone and there's dial tone. You don't care how it works. You just, when you pick up that phone, there better be dial tone there.
Right. And frankly, we spend too much time talking about how we're connecting today. You spend the first 5 minutes of every Teams call talking about why you couldn't get connected or something. So we got to get rid of that stuff pretty soon, right? Get back to dial tone. And Holly's nodding her head. I think she agrees with me. Holly, talk to me about Arlington County government's priorities and challenges in terms of adopting technology. And again, you guys were first movers out there. Your role includes, I think, assessing technology to align with community needs, which is similar to what we're talking about here. How do we ensure that our citizens have a good experience and are able to not even think about technology or government, frankly, so they can get on with their lives?
What Doug was saying and Mr. Lynn was saying was resonating with me, because a lot of how we're focusing, you have to be very careful that you're not focusing on the technology product, but the outcome itself, right? And I hear, when you're talking about relieving the burdens on the citizen, I love that's a beautiful statement, and I agree that the way that you frame that is wonderful. And what we're spending a lot of our time doing right now is we have outcomes where we're trying to focus, but let's make sure we're really focusing on the true outcome, not somewhere in between. And that, as Doug was saying, it's going to actually have a benefit to the community. So we call our pilots proofs of concept. A slight change in the name, because we believe that the proof of concept is leading us, using those words, are leading us more towards, we're focusing on an outcome. right? That whatever we're going to be doing, we should make sure that we're tying it to the outcome. Louis, you asked about, what are our priorities and where are we focusing on? From our strategy, what we've been building around for the last number of years and continue to innovate and focus. Obviously, the elevation of cybersecurity and data privacy and resiliency is something that underpins everything that we're doing. And also building for us that culture of innovation. And a lot of that innovation ties into a lot of the smart community type products, but also helping people to have the skills to stay with the county and grow with the county, to service as those needs are changing. The other thing for us is the transparency and accountability. A lot of that is going back to, does the community trust and feel like where we are investing their tax dollars and our efforts are going to benefit them? How are we improving their services? How are we making their lives better? And making sure that we are communicating with them, we are on the same page and they understand, and so that we can move forward successfully. Some of our biggest efforts most recently, and a lot of our smart community work has been within the public safety arena, focusing on the safe and secure community, and thinking about how some of these new technologies can help provide faster response time for our public safety, better information for incident response, better communication tools for when an emergency situation is arising. And so what we're doing right now is working very closely with public safety to define what are the outcomes that you are expecting, and making sure that we have the technology, because there's a lot of new technology, right? And if we let the technology lead us, it's not necessarily what we need, and making sure that it's connecting to what we're trying to achieve. Part of our importance in thinking about public safety is also to make sure we're balancing that with the privacy. Privacy is very, very important within Arlington. It was said earlier that, I think 75% of the community holds a bachelor's degree or above. But I think because of that, we've got a very, very involved and knowledgeable community that's helping drive us. We call it the Arlington way, I think.
Yes.
Right. And it means that, they are very interested, expect to be communicated to and involved and engaged. But for us, we do want that. We want to make sure that, like I said, what our benefit and what we're focusing on is going to benefit. We have got to, using tax dollars, we need to make sure that we are using our resources to benefit them. I want to go back to a couple of points about about where we are with our pilots. We've got a couple of different areas that we're focusing on using sensor technology in public safety, but also looking at the in-building infrastructure to make sure that public safety can respond. We've got a number of new things that have happened in Arlington in the last couple of years, with Amazon and HQ2 being located in an area now called National Landing. That spurred a lot of interest and an opportunity for us that we're trying to make sure that we're taking advantage of. And I'm thrilled to have the partnership of opportunities. And as we were talking about the 3 Ps or 4 Ps, I understand fully how that is so important, that not only are you utilizing those partnerships to benefit the county from an economic development perspective, but also for us to partner and understand how these new technologies will enhance our services. So I'm happy that we're in this place and look forward to where we're going to be headed in the future.
And thank you for also teeing up the issues of trust and privacy. And I know Cindy will be talking to you about the economic development side and how Amazon locating its headquarters there is going to be transformational, probably. But, I want to stay with you for a second, Howie. 235,000 people or so there in Arlington County. Not in and of itself a unique thing. A lot of cities have 235,000 people, but not all of them have the Pentagon in their backyard, or Supreme Court justices of the United States who mow their lawn there in their homes
Right.
In Arlington. You have some unique categories there. You have some unique assets there that I have to ask, does it lend itself to looking at the security aspect of the digital network differently? Do you have to give more emphasis to that? Have you had to even beta test things that our other cities might not have to consider because you have these unique American assets in your county?
I would say we absolutely do. I mean, this is where we need to be very careful and very sensitive of how we're moving forward with what we're doing. We have a top-notch security team that, you know, we're doing everything we possibly can, but we're also utilizing the resources that are around us. We utilize CISA, we utilize some of the other individuals and entities that are located to help us inform and be aware and benefit from that, so that we can make sure that we're protecting, because so we're not only Arlington, but we're connected in with all the other communities in the National Capital Region. And so we work very closely together. There's something called the COG, Council of Governments, that operates together on areas not only from a technology perspective, but also from a security perspective as a leader, to make sure that if we're looking at this, it can't be just us alone. We need to be looking at it together.
So more collaboration, in other words, to provide security that includes technology.
Yep.
Okay. Cindy, do you want to add anything quickly on the economic development side, or the sort of the consequences of what Holly has teed up? Because I want to come back to the Amazon issue a little bit later on. But is there anything else?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, it's a very educated community. Not only the Pentagon is here, Reagan National Airport is here, and the White House is just across the river from us. So we do have lots of opportunities, but also constraints. For example, like, drones, flying drones around the area. We are not allowed to fly because of the miles around the White House. So that's one thing that, sometimes, if we're trying to do these testbed technologies, we have to be conscious of those restrictions.
Yeah, so there are restrictions as well. Just again, quickly, does that actually work against you in terms of economic development? I mean, you got Amazon, so obviously they didn't bother them.
No, not really. I think it just took years. As you mentioned earlier, the development, building the infrastructure to attract high-tech companies. We have it. So I don't think it's a hindrance.
Yeah. And again, I want to revisit some of that later on, again, to see how the digital technology maybe enhances that. But I want to speak with Mr. Lin now about the challenges that you encounter when you're transforming a city or a nation into an intelligent island or smart island, and how you overcome them. I do know that what we heard from New Type A City is that a lot of what they've done is to invest in making sure that citizens trust that this technology is not going to be invasive, but rather supportive. So building trust seems to be job one with regard to overcoming, the most fundamental challenge that a human being has, which is, can I really trust this stuff? But please help me understand some of the challenges that you encounter.
So, yes, the biggest challenge, I would say, is to change users' behavior. When you want to launch new smart city solutions, the first thing is to identify those factors that affect users' resistance and come up with solutions to eliminate it. So I think then people are willing to adopt the new application. Let me give you an example. In Taiwan, when there is a big event coming, such as when someone wants to participate in examination or want to have a job interview, they always come to temples and ask for a prize from the god. And now we use that technology, this culture tradition, put it on some we demented elderly, because we want to attract demented elderly, because they will go around and get lost. and especially in rural area because of the aging population there. So the proportion of elderly people in rural area are increasing now because they tend to get lost. So we need to come up with some solutions for them to put on their body, and we can track where they are. So, but in the past, the solution is to wait in personal satellite locators. But this technology is power consuming. So then a startup, came up with we call it Lucky Charm, and
Lucky Charm
necklace.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Yeah, Lucky Charm. So and elderly people like to, wear that Lucky Charm because they think that they are blessed. So and we put some maybe IoT sensor or Bluetooth sensor in the Lucky Charm. So then we can track their where their position. If they get lost, we can quickly find them. The problem of resistance from the users, and we come up with some solutions to solve that problem. I think this and the elderly people are will accept that technology. So this is an example. Maybe it's unique in Taiwan. I don't know, but it's a culture related solution. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think it's amazingly compassionate and clever and a great use of technology. In that, as I understand it, these things weigh less than 25 grams, and so the elderly can wear it without any burden.
Yeah.
And I also understand that it's not just something that like a neutral metal. It's combined with temples, right? There's a cultural, am I right? A cultural element to it. It's kind of like the Christians wearing a St. Christopher medal, or my mother used to wear, I think, one of the saints or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So it builds trust because it's something that they're familiar with. Obviously, the temple, right? So
yes,
it's very good. Thank you for that. That's again another example of taking the burden right off. In this case, probably the children of the demented or the elderly person in that rural economy who probably is living in a city. Doug, just to stay with the temple analogy, the first noble truth of Buddhism, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lin, is that we suffer. But the second one is that the reason we suffer is because we're attached. And that could also mean we're attached to old ideas, old concepts. That never has seemed to be, I can tell you what the other two noble truths are, but I have to look it up. But I remember those two. But that does not seem to be the problem in Dublin, Ohio. For whatever reason, and I don't know, what it is in the water out there, you guys have always said yes to ideas that connect technology to the types of economic and social development that we're talking about today. Is there something that you have done or that the city has done to make people comfortable with the notion that, hey, you just can't hang on to what happened 20, 25, 30 years ago, you have to move on? How do you take a populace forward in an intensely technological environment?
Lou, I wish that was the case. I will say that we are subject to people's feelings about their discomforts and their fears. And, human beings, I think, are the same all around the world. And people do have those things. One of the things I think you'll see in Dublin is the intention to build upon proven successes. So people are naturally skeptical, and it's something that we actually encourage. Natural skepticism is a good quality in a democracy, right? It's good to mistrust and to say, well, prove it to me, and those kinds of things. But in order to make more rapid progress, I think you have to lay down some successes. and then call upon them. And you can't lean on or rest on your laurels, as they would say, but you can potentially say, look at what we did with our broadband program, with our doubling fiber optic system. We now want to do a 100 gigabit project that's going to post 100 gigabits of capacity. That we did that a few years ago. And then look at the success that we had with the 100 gigabits project, or with the National Science Foundation grants, or with any of these other successes that you then need to communicate about. And what we find also, another advantage is that Dublin is filled with, I envy Washington, D.C. and Arlington, Virginia. We have a similar, when you're filled up with technological people, they tend to not only accept the possibilities and give you a little bit of time to prove them out, but they will often convince others. And I'm almost certain that this is the case in Arlington, where you have evangelists and you have people who are willing to say, hey, give it a try. Listen, I know what they're doing. And that is like solid gold when you're trying to convince a populace to trust you, especially in an age where people have lowering trust levels of government at every level, which they should. I mean, again, we should be skeptical, but you can't get anything done if nobody trusts anything you do. So I think one of the things Dublin has done well is to talk up any small success we may have had and use it as a proof point to say, it's almost like a credit card. Like I paid you back before, give me a little bit more, so that we're now going to try this thing with cameras, or with 5G, or with smart parking, or with connected and autonomous vehicles, or with drones. But you have to communicate about each one, and some of them fail. So, it's important that people don't lose confidence in you. And if you visit Dublin, you'll find people with a high level of confidence in our ability to innovate.
Yeah, and also, again, a highly educated population there, which I think helps. The other thing, Doug, that I think might tie to this is, I think you guys are using that Zen City platform, or a platform that allows you to sort of take the temperature or the pulse with regard to looking at social media that's taking place all around the environment, so that you kind of know, don't you, from time to time, what the temperature or the pulse of the people is?
We do, and we do use that platform. But I would say one of the big advantages is kind of a pre-test, and sort of, if like during the pandemic, we had to cancel the 4th of July parade. And that's a big deal, and it's a real problem, and people are really miserable about it. But we were able to know that it was probably going to be a problem, and test our messaging out to see what would be more positively received before we went further and wide with it. But that is important, being conscious of, how is this going to land? Because at the end of the day, I think we're all saying the same things. You can't just walk out into the neighborhoods and say, we've got a great technology, it's going to solve all of your problems. People just don't believe you. They want a parade. Really, they don't care about the technology. How are you going to do it so that we can have our favorite parade every year? And we have to use that language. And I want to be careful, and I know none of us intend it, but we often talk about a highly educated population that allows us to do some things. And when we have areas without some of that education, with fewer graduate degrees and things like that, they are often just as resilient and innovative. They just require a different kind of communication. But often you can leapfrog, and you can do things faster with different kinds of populations, especially vulnerable populations and diverse populations. So on the one hand, you can do more high-tech things in a place that might trust you with it, but you might be able to do other kinds of innovation, especially around public safety, in other types of populations with a different level of educational attainment.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, trust has no IQ measurement or value, right? It is something that is innate in human beings, and like everything else, you kind of know it when you see it, and it's one of those thresholds that once overcome, all things are possible, right? So I think that's a good clarification there. And so Cindy, like Doug said, on the 4th of July, we don't want to hear about sensors. We want to see the parade. We want to see the flags fly and the Veterans March, right? And the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts saluting. That's what we want. But just to stay on this subject of transformation and change, I mean, you've got an 800-pound gorilla coming in into that community, and Amazon HQ2 is going to transform the community for decades to come. I mean, we blew it in New York. They wanted to locate 25,000 workers here and all that, and we said we don't need it in New York. This is before the recession or the pandemic, right? New York doesn't need that. So they went to Arlington County, among other places. I mean, good for you, but that's a big change, right? That's how is that being managed? Is that something that has been disruptive? Are you prepared for it? Does the economic sort of bedrock that Holly and others have put in there enabling it? How's that going, I guess is the question.
Well, I think Amazon right now, they are on track to do everything that they have promised. In 2008, when they first selected Arlington out of 238 cities, they said that they were going to invest $2.5 billion into the Arlington and the surrounding communities, bringing in like 25,000 to 37,000 high-paying technology jobs. And, just to provide some context, and Amazon is going to build 4.9 million square feet of commercial office space in National Landing area, which is at the south end of Arlington near National Airport. And I did a conversion for our Taiwan audience. It's about 137,000 ping fang of commercial office space that Amazon is going to build, all the way to they're on track to build 6 large commercial office, buildings for that size, and growing up to 37,000 high-tech jobs. So New York didn't welcome them. We're happy to take them.
Right.
So we're very happy about that. But they're all on track. It's a multiple department effort. And earlier on, when we're talking about partnership, it's not just Arlington working on this. Starting from the very beginning, it was a regional collaborative effort. We partner with our regional partners, our Northern Virginia neighbors, as well as the state of Virginia. We combined our resources and our proposal is to present the entire region's asset. So it's not just us alone. We work with the entire region. And, our entire proposal, we were talking about it, is that people was always asking us, why did Amazon pick Arlington? And the answer is just workforce. We know that Amazon said that by locating to Arlington, it helps them attract the necessary, high-skilled talent that they need. And the state of Virginia committed $2 billion in growing the technology talent pipeline that Amazon will need growing into the future. So this is not just for Arlington alone. Growing this tech talent pipeline will benefit the entire region, not just for one company. So we think that this is a very good strategy, and because it's a regional effort, they are on track, and I'm sure Holly's department has worked in the Department of Technology Services in Arlington. Multiple departments has been working with them to keep them on track, whether it's providing them with permit to start start laying the foundation, or zoning issues, signage issues. It's not just one department; it's multiple departments coming together to make it work for them. We know this is a game changer. It's a once in a lifetime investment, so it's all hands on deck for us to keep Amazon happy, and also to keep our community and our residents happy. We do face resistance from communities, so we have to constantly go out and talk to them, explain to them about the benefits for having such a giant company in our backyard.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that, and we don't have a lot of time to talk about that. And the topic here is challenges, but is there a strategy now to say we think that we can create X number of SMEs and startups as a result of the Amazon location. I know, for example, in Suwon, South Korea, which was our intelligent community of the year in, I think, 2010, Samsung is there, right? So they knew that they would create 1,500 or so startups as a result of that company being there. Is there any strategy for or anticipation for the numbers of companies or the types of companies that might spin off from having this massive planet, circumnavigating you?
Well, it's not only Amazon. In Amazon, of course, Amazon Web Services, they're into cloud. Their specialty is cloud computing, machine learning, and AI. Those are the technology that Amazon is working on. But interestingly, we don't have a number of how many companies will be developed with Amazon. But I think we have to mention the developer who owns the majority of the land in Amazon recently purchased the CBRS spectrum, which is the 5G spectrum. And their goal from a developer standpoint is that they purchased the spectrum. They want to attract high cutting edge tenants to locate to the national landing area and also help create this broader smart cities. And we believe that, with the developers also, providing this wireless spectrum as a test bed for companies to come in, that will further generate companies like these high-tech companies, cutting-edge companies. So it's not just Amazon alone, but all of these partnerships that will also bring in, cutting-edge tenants.
Yeah,
if you don't mind, I'd like to also add, as Doug was talking about the infrastructure they have in Dublin, Arlington County also has a robust fiber infrastructure that we had built starting, I think, 2009 to connect the municipal buildings and schools. And as part of an agreement with JBGS, the developer, shortly after Amazon came in, we actually sold a section of the dark fiber and conduit that runs underneath National Landing. It's kind of the backbone to make a lot of that happen. So I think when you think about it, something that Doug, you were saying, it's like we thought, we don't know what it's going to be used for. We don't know what the need is. We know we need to connect our municipal buildings, but there has to be economic development opportunity. And I think you see this investment in fiber in the conduit that is now becoming such a foundation for a lot of these other future investments in companies and technology investments to occur.
Just quickly, Holly, we're on the topic is challenges. Cindy mentioned that, you're sort of responsible for making sure that everything is on track. Is everything on track?
I and a number of other people are making sure that everything is on track. As far as I'm aware, everything is on track.
What's off track? What could go off track? What could go off track? What worries you?
We have a pandemic, but things are still, if you see the building being built, I know they have been, on time for, building the building, and I think there's expectations of what they're supposed to be doing, and I think that they are delivering. Amazon is, and so I think I would say we're on track.
Okay, yes. You're on track. Okay, but the pandemic is a challenge, and it remains a challenge. I'm going to jump over the pandemic question that I had for everybody, lessons learned and so forth, because you all have seemed to have managed through it, and maybe that's something we can revisit at another time in another roundtable. I want to come to the second part of our discussion, because we only got about 10 minutes left, Mr. Lin, which is sustainability. Sustainability comes in different forms, different shapes. It can be environmental sustainability. It can be the human infrastructure that we need to sustain to make sure that multiple generations continue to stay in our communities and develop and have the rights that they deserve as human beings. What is a best practice in the area of sustainability that we might take away from Taiwan, which is doing, I know from my own research, is some really extraordinary things?
Yes, I think sustainability is also a very important topic in Taiwan. Taiwan's government enterprises and the people are all becoming aware of SDGs. That's from the United Nations. and ESGs, and are beginning to take action. My organization, Administration for Digital Industries, has created a platform to invite the civil society associations, NGOs, and other organizations to propose sustainable development needs, and then solicit companies and new startups to use technology to solve those problems or needs. This year, 20 major issues regarding to the environment and the public welfare were selected from a wide range of topics for companies and startups to solve it. These issues included the sea area drifting garbage, smart AEDs, unmanned vehicle precision rescue, and mobile navigation for the visually impaired, and so on. We encourage those companies and the teams to propose their solutions and choose the top teams whose solutions are most visible. And we give out, grand prize as well as to assist them to do some field trials. Okay, let me give you the example of, drifting sea area drifting garbage. This project won the top prize this year. They designed, unmanned boat combined with various methods to clean up sea drifting garbage. Because it's so environmental friendly, so everybody can go to the seaside to do some activity there. But they, people don't want to see garbage there. So these startups came up with the solution to help to clean up the sea area drifting garbage. So this is our example for sustainable development in Taiwan.
Yeah, and there's also, and again, we don't have time, but I wanted people listening to this to Google the WUGU Greenland project. That was done in nearby New Taipei City. I've written about this before. It is breathtaking in scope. I mean, you have to remember, Taiwan was a very industrialized country, and now it is rapidly cleaning itself up to become one of the most beautiful places in Asia. The greening stories are unbelievable, but this place was 170 hectares of badly polluted land. There was about 700 companies that were there, many of them illegally. They called it Garbage Mountain. And 22 city offices in New Taipei City worked together to actually transform this into something of an environmental oasis. And what it ended up doing, Doug, was to create, we were talking about trust earlier, was to create a level of respect for civil servants that hadn't existed before. But it was an amazing effort, and it wasn't easy to get some of these people, these polluters, off there. I mean, it's an enormous case study that I think is going to be studied for years to come. But it was a huge success. And I want to ask you, there are many kinds of sustainability, but what is the psychological impact of sustainability when it does finally arrive? How do people generally respond to that, do you think, in your view? Is it something that even businesses say, hey, this is great because we now understand that quality of life is the new capital for economic development?
Yeah, it's a great question, Lou. And I think my own observation is that sustainability occurs more slowly. Like everyone says, yes, we want to be more sustainable and we want to build a more sustainable situation and entities. But in reality, we do not want to give up our lifestyle. We do not want to change. And so I had some thoughts on this. America is a car country based on individual private vehicles that we all must own individually. And in America, Ohio is in the middle of automobile manufacturing. And so when we start thinking about smart mobility, connected and autonomous vehicles, electrification of vehicles, sharing of those vehicles, creating cities that are more dense so that they can be walkable, so that we don't use vehicles at all, and then charging those electric vehicles with sustainable, energy development and energy storage systems. There's a lot there. And I do believe that it can be a culture shock. And I believe that I really appreciate what you're saying about not only public sector and civil servants gaining credibility for having done something, but we've come to believe also that it is not alone city workers and civil servants who are coming up with the solutions. It is in our capacity to partner so that we have universities and university students, we have private corporations, we have local government, we have state government, we have federal government, all building these kind of think tank type of problem solving so that you solve the problem. And then at the end of the day, it was not necessarily city workers who alone did it, but perhaps we convene other entities from around, and we're big proponents of that. And then I think that citizens and residents begin to say, I trust that what you're talking about is a level of change that I can manage, and people slowly begin to change, and we rebuild trust in our local governments. I think that's how we get there, but it's a very scary thing, and it's certainly not simple, and there's just so much work to be done to communicate about things so that we can regain trust. At the end of the day, this is going to come down to trust.
It really is. And, I think you were suggesting a couple of things. One is also that once people realize that there's something exciting going on in this area, like you guys are really racing ahead in the area of smart mobility and autonomous vehicles. We saw that over the last couple of days. Then they begin to look at it as an adventure. I mean, I'm always reminded that Ohio is the home of John Glenn, the first American to circle the Earth from space, and Neil Armstrong, the first person of our species to touch the surface of the moon. So we can get excited, and Ohio may actually lead the way. But as you say, there is a buildup to that, right? A psychological buildup to get people over that threshold.
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting. Electrification of the fleet is exciting,
yeah,
but it will also save our planet, right? It will save our lives. But if you tell people we have to do it because we have to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, nobody wants to hear that. But if you say there's a cool new F-150 electric truck out that has towing capacity for your boat, all of a sudden people are excited about it. So,
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. What's in it for me, and how can I get excited about it? Well, we're almost out of time. I want to finish with the ladies from Arlington County on this subject. Again, what Mr. Lynn and Mr. McCulloch are actually talking about here is the government being the enabler for a lot of these things to flourish. It's not where the game ends. The game ends with the citizen having a better life and having a freer life and enjoying the fruits of democracy and justice, economic and otherwise. But the county is the enabler in this instance. Is there something? I mean, the Metro Rail was a big deal, right? It was a game changer. It pushed a lot of people out of cars, put them on the public transit system, created that, as I said, 1,200 acres of now green space. Is there something else that we need to think about when it comes to the county of Arlington being an enabler? Is there something else going on there? Cindy, why don't we start with you?
Well, in terms of like sustainable, I will go back to saying investing. I'll use sustainable as investing in the workforce. That will be the workforce of the future for decades to come. So I'll use that interpretation for sustainability.
That's fair. That's really fair, because again, you could very well do what my parents and grandparents did after World War II, create an economy for 3 generations that we all enjoyed until it petered out in the post-industrial age. Holly, you were going to say something, and you're going to get the last word here tonight.
I love that. And I agree with everybody's statements about sustainability, and you hear it referred to often, and people think sometimes very different things, from economic to environmental in my case, I'm thinking about it as an entity. And Lisa, you were talking about the investment in the metro. I had heard something recently. Went to hear an author speak, and he was talking about institutions. And I think about, like the county government where I'm working is an institution. It's been around for 100 years. And our role is to make sure that it's around for 100 plus more years. And so it means not only thinking about what services and what we're doing today, but envisioning, that where the puck is going. What do I need? With the people who thought about where the metro should be going, that yes, the easy answer was to put it down a highway. But by thinking about what the possibilities were and opening people's eyes and being aware that everyone's not going to agree with you, but how do you make sure that people can trust you to spend time and invest with where you're spending your time in technology? We'll be better off to make sure that our institutions are around for another 100 plus years.
Well, I think that's a great way to end it. I'm going to Google this. I'm going to look at this tape at the end and see how many times the word trust came up, because I think it was there a lot. Right?
Yeah.
It is the word. Listen, Mr. Jin Xiao Lin, Mr. Doug McCulloch, Cindy Ye, Holly Hartel, thank you so much for having this roundtable discussion with us. On behalf of the Intelligent Community Forum, I want to really thank you. And I think you've revealed to the world why you are part of intelligent communities. So to all of you site selectors out there and companies thinking about places to locate, if you have a choice between an intelligent community and one that's, well, you choose the word, where are you going to go? So you're going to go there. But again, appreciate you coming by. So take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Remember, there really is no place like home.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
谢谢各位来宾的参与，我们上午场的开放舞台的活动在此告一段落。荧幕上的 QR code， 欢迎大家拿起手机扫描，给我们您最宝贵的意见。今日现场 MyCoin 集团 Cubic 也特地为数位发展部这次的展区开发专属的 NFT， 欢迎大家在现场找 QR code， 搜集花芽 NFT， 一起成为数位花仙子吧。更精彩的演讲主题多维工业元宇宙空间将于下午1点整准时开始，将以工业元宇宙出发，高质化价值产业作为数位双生驱动数位创新发展模式的基础，与大家分享透过虚实整合科技协助技术升级与数位转型。别忘了12点55分准时回到数位发展部数位产业署 Rise 旭升主题馆的开放舞台。再一次谢谢各位来宾的莅临与线上观众的收看，我们待会见。
Since the launch of our first Vive VR system, indie creators through major studios have been using our hardware to blend production tools with virtual worlds. It's a natural fit, but for virtual production, the DIY solution had challenges. The filmmaking community inspired us to make it better. Introducing Vive Mars Camtrack, virtual production made simple. Mars makes pipelines fast, easy, and affordable by consolidating the entire camera tracking workflow into a compact, plug-and-play solution with professional-grade features.
The barrier to entry was pretty massive if you didn't know the landscape already. But with Mars, it's basically like a plug-and-play system where I can get those project files from anywhere in the world that are absolutely gorgeous and then have them set up within like 15 minutes.
Vive Mars is the most affordable professional camera tracking solution in the market. And it does so by leveraging the Vive Tracker technology, but combining it with Genlock and timecode support, which is essential for professional production. When it comes to lens calibration, which is traditionally one of the most time-consuming things to get right, with Mars, the fact that the calibration board is something that's also tracked has given us way more flexibility and leniency. It's becoming way more fault tolerant.
My DIY tracking system that I had built was just not up to snuff. We had loose cables, things were falling apart, we were losing tracking. When HTC hit me up and said, hey, Sam, we got a magic box that's going to solve all your problems, I was like, well, I would certainly love to use it.
We got a shot. It works.
What attracted me to filmmaking when I first started, and it's even still to this day, is when technology intersects with affordability and ease of use. It's all about that magic for that very first time of turning something on and going, wow, like, ooh, I have something really special here. I think we finally have this really nice intersection when it comes to creating your own virtual production system.
Vive Mars Camtrack supports up to 3 rovers to track the camera, props, and even lights to shine in both the physical and virtual world.
On one shoot we had various stage setups. We wanted to move the tracking volume around. It was really good for us to be able to just go, right, let's move the trackers around here. Okay, hit the reset button on the panel, track it to, done.
With the Mars system, it's taking that entire complicated tracking workflow, putting it into one module, so it's getting out of your way so you can get right to the creative and telling your stories.
We're so excited to join the next era of filmmaking with Vive Mars Camtrack as our first dedicated entry in virtual production. We'll take care of the technology so you can focus on the content.
Vive Mars Camtrack, virtual production made simple.
我叫世权，然后我是这一款阿丽莎游戏的制作人。阿丽莎这款游戏，它是在 Switch 的平台上面，它是运用了非常多 Switch 特殊的体感操作的一款双人连线解谜游戏。在里面有一段很特别的仪式的舞蹈，仪式舞蹈是请我们台大现代舞社的同学来跟我们一起合作，然后那个时候是跟新月印象在这个摄影棚里面拍摄。为什么我们会想要用这个动态捕捉的方式？是因为相较于传统的调动作，它会有比较多的沟通的时间。就是如果我们用动态捕捉，其实我们现场演员跳怎么样，我们觉得需要调整，直接现场就可以调。但是如果相较于以往的话，他可能调完一整个档案，然后给我看，然后我再说哪边有问题，然后再丢回去。这样其实在时程上面，其实差距蛮大的。准备好，3、2、1。这也是我第一次体验这样子形式的展出，那就会变成说，第一个是，好，可以跟自己的角色去一起做互动，或在同一个空间里面，我觉得是非常有趣的。然后再来是，因为平常都看这些场景在3D 里面，对，就在电脑里面，突然自己也站在自己做的场景里面，也觉得哇，
你觉得有呼应到元宇宙的概念吗？走进自己的虚拟世界，
其实是有的。借由今天的这个东西，让我对元宇宙的想象可能又再更进一步这个样子。对，自己在这个场景里面，然后因为我刚刚有拿你们那个摄影机到处晃，就是用那个镜头就会变，有点像我真的自己在这个场景里面，然后去探索这件事情，然后它就跟我人物比例差不多大。拍摄宣传影片或什么时候之类，它可能大部分就只能用电脑荧幕的截图，或者是录影这件事情，或者是我人在玩，然后旁边有一台摄影机在拍，对，那它的距离感我觉得就会比较重一点。那其实刚刚体验的话，就会变成说，在沉浸感这件事情，我可以真正的，甚至我可以穿那个 cosplay 的装，然后站在里面，然后扮演成我游戏世界里面的其中一个角色之类的，那就会变成说，在介绍
cos 跟虚拟角色，
对，它其实是可以有更好的融合跟呼应这样子。游戏在后续的曝光或宣传这个部分，有了更多的想象。
嘿，大家好，今天来到新现代五项科技运动会，这是由数位部产业署主办的活动。目前全国的竞赛正在热烈进行中。这个活动是以数位科技结合了运动跟游戏的部分。这5个竞赛项目就对应到5个重要的体适能项目，现在就带大家一起来体验。走。
VR Box 它最主要是可以训练我们人的反应能力，快速的转移目标，然后瞄准目标射击这样。
因为我的头比较大，所以
我帮你调整，
要调整一下。
好，上面跟下面都会有，所以可以稍微转身。
这样子。
对，枪口朝下，再把它往上拉，它会自动 reload。对，reload。左手边还有，左手边
这里，这个。
射箭是比较重视专注力，然后稳定性的。
它是用光学还是它是真的那个荧幕？
光学
是光学。对，这样子。
对。
这台设备我们除了可以做平衡检测跟训练以外，也可以跟游戏结合。待会这个时候会越来越长。
是这样的。
除了滑毯器以外，我们还有跑步可以做一个室内3铁的竞赛。
最小可行方案。
它对成人啊、银发族都很好，因为它没有膝盖的压力。从运动出发，就是把游戏的元素放进去。
没错，没错。
对。
那这样子一个看起来是一个9宫格的智慧地垫啊，它其实可以主动式跟被动式的去做反应力、准确度，还有整个去看体态上面的一个提示能训练。
这次新现代5项科技运动会是透过网络串联全国，各位参赛者只要在10月25号之前到全国13个合作的场馆，就可以加入这次的竞赛，欢迎大家一起来参加。
Since the launch of our first Vive VR system, indie creators through major studios have been using our hardware to blend production tools with virtual worlds. It's a natural fit, but for virtual production, the DIY solution had challenges. The filmmaking community inspired us to make it better. Introducing Vive Mars Camtrack, virtual production made simple. Mars makes pipelines fast, easy, and affordable by consolidating the entire camera tracking workflow into a compact, plug-and-play solution with professional-grade features.
The barrier to entry was pretty massive if you didn't know the landscape already. But with Mars, it's basically like a plug-and-play system where I can get those project files from anywhere in the world that are absolutely gorgeous and then have them set up within like 15 minutes.
Vive Mars is the most affordable professional camera tracking solution in the market. And it does so by leveraging the Vive Tracker technology, but combining it with Genlock and timecode support, which is essential for professional production. When it comes to lens calibration, which is traditionally one of the most time-consuming things to get right, with Mars, the fact that the calibration board is something that's also tracked has given us way more flexibility and leniency. It's becoming way more fault tolerant.
My DIY tracking system that I had built was just not up to snuff. We had loose cables, things were falling apart, we were losing tracking. When HTC hit me up and said, hey, Sam, we got a magic box that's going to solve all your problems, I was like, well, I would certainly love to use it.
We got a shot. It works.
What attracted me to filmmaking when I first started, and it's even still to this day, is when technology intersects with affordability and ease of use. It's all about that magic for that very first time of turning something on and going, wow, like, ooh, I have something really special here. I think we finally have this really nice intersection when it comes to creating your own virtual production system.
Vive Mars Camtrack supports up to 3 rovers to track the camera, props, and even lights to shine in both the physical and virtual world.
On one shoot we had various stage setups. We wanted to move the tracking volume around. It was really good for us to be able to just go, right, let's move the trackers around here. Okay, hit the reset button on the panel, track it to, boom, done.
With the Mars system, it's taking that entire complicated tracking workflow, putting it into one module, so it's getting out of your way so you can get right to the creative and telling your stories.
We're so excited to join the next era of filmmaking with Vive Mars Camtrack as our first dedicated entry virtual production. We'll take care of the technology so you can focus on the content.
Vive Mars Camtrack, virtual production made simple.
我叫世权，然后我是这一款阿丽莎游戏的制作人。阿丽莎这款游戏，它是在 Switch 的平台上面，它是运用了非常多 Switch 特殊的体感操作的一款双人连线解谜游戏。在里面有一段很特别的仪式的舞蹈，仪式舞蹈是请我们台大现代舞社的同学来跟我们一起合作，然后那个时候是跟新月印象在这个摄影棚里面拍摄。为什么我们会想要用这个动态捕捉的方式？是因为相较于传统的调动作，它会有比较多的沟通的时间。就是如果我们用动态捕捉，其实我们现场演员跳怎么样，我们觉得需要调整，直接现场就可以调。但是如果相较于以往的话，他可能调完一整个档案，然后给我看，然后我再说哪边有问题，然后再丢回去。这样其实在时程上面，其实差距蛮大的。
准备好，3、2、1。
这也是我第一次体验这样子形式的展出，那就会变成说，第一个是，好，可以跟自己的角色去一起做互动，或在同一个空间里面，我觉得是非常有趣的。然后再来是，因为平常都看这些场景在3D 里面，对，就在电脑里面，突然自己也站在自己做的场景里面，也觉得哇，
你觉得有呼应到元宇宙的概念吗？走进自己的虚拟世界，
其实是有的。借由今天的这个东西，让我对元宇宙的想象可能又再更进一步这个样子。对，自己在这个场景里面，然后因为我刚刚有拿你们那个摄影机到处晃，就是用那个镜头就会变，有点像我真的自己在这个场景里面探索，然后去探索这件事情，然后它就跟我人物比例差不多大。拍摄宣传影片或什么时候之类，它可能大部分就只能用电脑荧幕的截图，或者是录影这件事情，或者是我人在玩，然后旁边有一台摄影机在拍，对，那它的距离感我觉得就会比较重一点。那其实刚刚体验的话，就会变成说，在沉浸感这件事情，我可以真正的，甚至我可以穿那个 cosplay 的装，然后站在里面，然后扮演成我游戏世界里面的其中一个角色之类的，那就会变成说，在介绍
cos 跟虚拟角色，
对，它其实是可以有更好的融合跟呼应这样子。游戏在后续的曝光或宣传这个部分，有了更多的想象。
嘿，大家好，今天来到新现代五项科技运动会，这是由数位部产业署主办的活动。目前全国的竞赛正在热烈进行中。这个活动是以数位科技结合了运动跟游戏的部分。这5个竞赛项目就对应到5个重要的体适能项目，现在就带大家一起来体验。走。
VR Box 它最主要是可以训练我们人的反应能力，快速的转移目标，然后瞄准目标射击这样。
因为我的头比较大，所以
我帮你调整，
要调整一下。
好，上面跟下面都会有所以可以稍微转身。
这样子。
对，枪口朝下，再把它往上拉，它会自动 reload。对，reload。左手边还有，左手边
这里，这个。
射箭是比较重视专注力，然后稳定性的。
它是用光学还是它是真的那个荧幕？
光学
是光学。
对，
这样子。
对。
这台设备我们除了可以做平衡检测跟训练以外，也可以跟游戏结合。待会这个时候会越来越长。
是这样的。
除了滑毯器以外，我们还有跑步，可以做一个室内3铁的竞赛。
最小可行方案。
它对成人啊、银发族都很好，因为它没有膝盖的压力。从运动出发，就是把游戏的元素放进去。
没错，没错。
对。
那这样子一个看起来是一个9宫格的智慧地垫啊，它其实可以主动式跟被动式的去做反应力、准确度，还有整个去看体态上面的一个提示能训练。
这次新现代5项科技运动会是透过网络串联全国，各位参赛者只要在10月25号之前到全国13个合作的场馆，就可以加入这次的竞赛，欢迎大家一起来参加。
各位先进们，大家午安，大家好。活动将于3分钟后开始喽。还没找到座位的贵宾，请尽速就座。在这次为期4天的展期 ，MyCoin 集团 Cubic 有特地为这次数位发展部开展了专属的 NFT， 欢迎大家在现场找找 QR code， 一起收集花芽 NFT， 成为数位花仙子。各位贵宾、各位先进们，大家好，我是今天的主持人陈玲安，欢迎各位参加多维工业元宇宙空间论坛。本次论坛透过数位发展部数位产业署的智慧内容在地推动与行销推广计划，借由资策会与国立中山大学产发中心辅导，今年以工业元宇宙为出发，以高质化价值产业作为数位双生驱动数位创新发展模式的基础，聚焦推动智慧内容应用跨领域整合，强化智慧内容与高质化产业链接，借此推动智慧内容产业从娱乐性应用逐步迈向智慧制造等专业性应用，拓新兴技术应用服务加深，发展智慧制造产业虚拟多元的创新实证，其为产业跨域合作带来崭新的成果，并建立永续商模，助整体智慧内容产业未来发展再进化。本次论坛特别邀请3家今年智慧制造产业虚拟多元的创新实证业者，与大家分享透过虚实整合科技，协助技术的升级与数位转型后，对企业的注意与未来发展，也期盼透过现场及线上先进们的交流，能促进产业效益延伸与扩散，共创未来新契机。首先，我们将邀请到所罗门股份有限公司视觉事业部资深产品经理李家运 Michael 上台为我们分享科技赋能智慧工厂造世纪，如何打造 Meta 加 AI 穿戴式 AI 智能解决方案，深入了解产业困境与需求，透过虚实整合的技术，快速消弭资深员工及新进同仁间的技术差距，进而提升企业营运效率。请大家以热烈的掌声欢迎所罗门李家运资深产品经理，掌声欢迎！
在座各位的现场观众、嘉宾，然后各位业界先进，大家好。那我是所罗门的视觉事业处的产品经理 Michael。那这次很高兴有这个机会呢，在这个数发部以及中山产发的邀请下，来跟各位分享一下我们所罗门在所谓的智慧制造这一块哦，在工厂的情境怎么样能够运用 AI 的技术呢，来提升我们整个产能的效率，已经符合未来的一个制造的一个趋势哦。 好，那简单先跟各位介绍一下我们所罗门。那我们所罗门事实上是今年第49年，是一间在台湾上市的公司。这样，那我们目前这个产品呢，算是比较特别，是我们是在台湾自主开发。那我们将近有100多位的 R&D 专门在做这个所谓的一个 AI 的一个演算法。那我们近期呢就把这样的一个产品呢卖到全球各地，现在目前大概已经有400多个实际的应用案例。那我们在国际上也得到蛮多奖项，以及在台湾有得到每年的台湾精品奖的一些肯定。那可以想象一下，我们今天所谓的人工赋能就是说利用 AI 去enhance 或者是增强我们人的一个感知的能力是我们这个产品最大的一个特色。所以可以想象得到说，在制造业如果加入 AI 的情境呢，基本上我们可以深入非常多不同的产业面包含说食品啊、医疗啊、汽车啊不同的产业呢，都可以运用到我们这样的一个 AI 的一个技术。好，那一开始呢，我觉得先特别提一下，我就说我们所罗门事实上在近年来已经做了很多的，包含说无人化的自走车啊、无人化的机器人的自动工厂等等。但是我们发现说，如果只有做自动化呢，事实上呢有一些很大幅度的一个所谓的加工的产业呢，还是没有办法完全的利用所谓的机器人去做到全自动化。所以呢，我们就想到说，如果我们利用人在产线上面的弹性，我们现在常常讲弹性制造嘛，那我们发现人的双手以及他的双脚啊、大脑的灵活度等等，它事实上是一个非常好的一个加工的一个特性。那我们怎么样利用这样的情境呢，来去辅助我们的人所以我们就去访问了很多的台湾的这个厂商，他们的一些目前的一些困境那事实上这个也是非常感谢中山产发，因为我们公司在内湖嘛，我们比较在北部有比较多的实际案例。那在南部呢，我们就透过中山产发呢去访谈了蛮多的现场的，包含说筏件的制造机啊，或者是这种工具机的厂商啊等等去了解到说目前在台湾我们在很多生产上面的一些困境。那我们就利用 AI 呢去解决各位可以在画面上看到，最主要就是说所谓的一个人力的一个断层现在目前请不到新的年轻人愿意去做老师傅的工作。那我们怎么样把人类的经验呢、老师傅的经验呢做一个数位化的传承那这个是我们在这个产品上我们赋予这个产品的一个很大的一个使命所以简单来讲呢，我们觉得未来的趋势尤其是近期因为中美贸易啊，或者是因为疫情的冲击，事实上大家越来越少听得到所谓的全自动化工厂反而我们觉得未来的趋势会在于说，不是新的产线的投入，因为可能就是上千万、上亿的成本，而是说怎么样做有效的人员的管理，让人不要犯错，然后增加更多的一个生产效率呢，我们觉得会是未来一个所谓的一个自动化的一个趋势那我们这边就直接用几个案例来跟大家做分享，我们用 AI 做了哪些事情第一个是假设呢，我们问在座各位就说，在这样的一个配线图线路的配线上面呢，可能有一个错误的地方。那我想大家可以很快速的上手嘛，就是马上找到这个错误的点。那我想各位应该觉得说，很奇怪，怎么问我这个问题？那事实上这个就是我们模拟一个情境就是说，今天如果你刚到一个公司，那老板就说，叫你去查线路，可是可能没有完整的教育训练，没有很多老师傅的陪同，你是不知道怎么做的。但是如果戴上我们的眼镜呢，基本上就像老师傅在旁边教你怎么做，基本上你可以从画面上很明显的看到有问题的一个地方，那立刻就去做配线。也就是说呢，我们可以让人呢不用经过很复杂的教育训练呢，就透过这样一个虚拟的 AR 装置呢，去做到一个人工赋能跟虚实整合这样的一个概念。好，那一样呢，如果这也是我们就是在访谈中很多客户遇到的一个情境就是说，如果有场内有很多的料件需要做点料的时候呢，怎么样能够很快速的算出这个料笼有多少物件呢？透过 AI。我们可以很快的呢，把这样在我们视野范围内的所有的这个品项的数目呢，直接就呈现在人的眼前，我就不用再做繁复的一个点料的一个动作，也就是我们可以大幅的提升人员的效率以及它的一个工作的一个特性。那这个也是我们在很多的工厂会看到的环境就是你可以看到就是这个机台的操作画面。那我想大家如果一样，假设我们今天第一天刚上班，在没有很详细的教育训练手册以及老师傅的指导下呢，基本上你会很难的知道说这个机台哪里有问题。如果我先问各位说，已知这边有个问题，那大家会知道这个机台哪里出错吗？ 那一样，透过 AI 的学习呢，我们已经可以成功的辨认所有灯号在正常开机的情况下所应该要有的一个包含说顺序啊，以及灯号。像我们这里可以看到这边有一个 NG 的一个灯号。这时候呢，我们新进的员工呢，不用做很复杂的教育训练，只要戴上眼镜呢，他做机台的巡检的时候，他就可以马上发现说，这个机台有一个问题，然后可能赶快要通知厂长啊，或者是通知上一站的人，去做一些调整等等。也就是说，我们这样的一个装置呢，能够非常大幅度的增加人在这个场内的准确度以及它的多样性。好，那巡检完机台呢，可能还有什么要抄表嘛？很多的数字，我们在很多的化工厂、电厂都需要做抄表的一个动作。那现在开始呢，不用再做人工的抄表了哈。基本上呢，透过我们这样的一个 AI 呢，它可以瞬间呢 instantly 在你的这个眼镜上面呢呈现出这样的一个数字，就避免人工的抄表错误。甚至呢，如果呢在上面有一个错误的部分呢，你可以看到我们在这边是一个数字是一个超标的一个部分呢，我们可以在 AI 的方式呢，很快的让人员呢抓到这个错误的一个痛点哦。所以呢，我们所谓的一个人工赋能，我们所罗门的 Meta Ivy 呢，最主要就是透过这样的一个穿戴型的一个 AR 眼镜。那这个眼镜呢比较大的特质是它属于工业型的应用，所以它可以从2米的高度摔落，或者是防水、防爆、防尘等等。那可以看到人员呢透过语音呢去做这样的一个控制呢，人呢可以专注在他所要工作的范围上。那包含说他今天说要做这个点料，那你就用语音跟他做一个互动。所以我们这样的一个装置呢，基本上各位可以想象，如果各位公司里面如果有员工，但你如果发现你本来要把他开除的时候，他突然又会做点料，又会配线，还会去做焊接品检甚至等一下还会有出货包装等等。我们可以想象，就是说我们可以让人最大幅度的程度去做一个多工。现在都强调手机啊、平板都要用多工的方式所以我们可以发现呢，用我们这样的一个眼镜呢，可以大幅度的增加员工在工厂以及在我们所谓的制造业的一个价值。那我们就是回到我们刚刚的主题就所谓的人工赋能，利用 AI 呢，让人的价值跟多样性跟准确度呢都能够大幅度的提高。那这个大概就是我们这个产品这一次在发表上面最大的一个特色这样子。好，那简单跟各位解释一下我们的 AI 事实上我们的 AI 就是一个图像型的学习也就是说，只要很多人会问我们说什么东西你认得基本上我们的产品的特色就是只要人认得的物件呢，我们的 AI 都可以认得这样的一个物件，就是透过标注跟学习。那很多人就说会不会很复杂，会不会很麻烦？那我们可以说我们现在的 AI 是不可以说是全台湾甚至全世界最落地的 AI， 就是我们很多的情境呢，只要做简单的标注就可以把老师傅的经验呢做一个数位化的一个转换。那这个是我们在整个系统导入里面客户觉得最大的一个价值，也就是说今天使用我们的产品呢，一样它是多工的。这个产品不会只能做一件事情，而是说这个产品呢可以导入场内的各种不同的应用，甚至我们在汽车厂啊，在半导体厂啊，在脚踏车厂等等，他们可能本来只是做瑕疵检测，后来就变成说它还可以做点料啊、进出货啊，甚至包装，甚至雷射雕刻啊等等，都可以利用这样的一个 AI 呢去做一个不断的进化跟学习的过程。那这个我想就是目前我们这个设备在客户端他们觉得非常大的一个价值。那目前我们这样的产品呢，也已经导入在非常多的这些应用产业里面。这样，对，那时间的关系，我可能就快速的带几个我们觉得蛮有趣的应用就是虽然师傅是AI 的师傅是老师傅这样的老师是老塞，但是它却可以大幅度的增加人的一个多样性包含说我们现在在国外可以在所谓的鱼液里面呢去检测这个是不是有这个鱼骨头混在这个鱼卵里面，那增加人的准确度以及所谓一个产品的履历。那包含说我们在鞋业里面去利用人的双手去做翻面，但是不用跟他做教育训练说这样子不行，这样可以，不用，也不用看那个照片。他们通常新产品导入会看照片比对，现在不用。基本上透过这样的一个事先标注的学习呢，人只要戴上去，不管是哪一款的鞋子，我一看就知道哪边有问题这个是我们在鞋业的应用。 那这个是我们在一个这个笔电的一个组装的应用。那早期在做笔电组装，可能就是用快速的评检机，可是现在各位知道，现在都是少量多样。今年 Acer 就发表了20几款新的笔电了，所以怎么样能够做快速的评检呢？人的双手就是最好的一个6面翻转机构，人去做翻面，重点是如果没有螺丝没有锁好呢，我们人马上可以补锁。这个就是在我们整个产线上能够更快速跟更自动化的一个过程。那这个是我们在一个包装的应用情境呢，就是说，各位如果今天去电商啊这些物流里面呢，可以看到说，假设你买了一个这个所谓的一个 WiFi 机啊，或者是电视机，如果你需要去做一个出货的品保确认呢，事实上我们现在在台湾有蛮多客户运用这样的一个应用在做所谓的出货履历。不然说比较高阶，像 Cisco 啊这种的国际大厂呢，他们都要求我们在台湾的组装工厂呢，需要能够有这样的一个评检履历。我今天看到呢，如果有少的物件呢，人呢就可以很快的去把这些料件去做一个补足。那这些出货呢都会有完整的一个出货履历，那确保呢这个产品的稳定性。那这个也是我们目前在包装产业的一个应用。好，那这是一个电商物流的拣货情境哦。那事实上，这个不是只有运用在电商，各位可以想象，如果在工厂里面你需要做点料或是一个出货表的时候呢，一开始呢我们会收到一个所谓的 BOM list 哦，就是所谓的泵表，就我们今天要开始去拣哪些，可能我要组成一个电机啊，组成一个汽车零部件啊等等，我需要不同的螺丝啊等等。那我们可以透过这样的一个系统呢，在眼镜上直接就很明确的指示说，操作员要去拣哪一些柜位，拣哪些料件。那经过检料完之后呢，我们可以很快速的透过我们的 AI 去做一个确认。也就是说，目前我们现在包含说在电商跟很多的物流中心，很多人他们没有经过教育训练，他根本不知道这个品名，他都要去扫这个barcode啊，或是 QR code。那我们利用图像型呢，就可以很快的呢，让我们的人员呢具备有这种物件辨识的能力。他不用真的去做很多的教育训练呢，就可以抓到这些物件的一个重点，这样子。好，那这是我们刚刚的这个所谓的一个配线的一个情境呢，就是说人员呢不用透过专业的教育训练，及时的我们 real time 的呢就可以辅助人去做一个辨识。所以可以看到这个画面就是我们眼镜上看到的画面。所以人呢这样透过一个所谓的AI 的一个辅助呢，你根本就不用去查线路图啊，或者是用3用电表，直接从荧幕上我就告诉你哪里做错，而且你一做对呢，我马上就告诉你什么是 OK 的情况。所以这个目前我们在很多包含说在台积电啊，或者是在台电，他们都所谓的厂务学院，那目前他们也都有在跟我们洽谈，要导入类似像这样的一个help yourself， 你可以在线下呢去做这种自己去做练习，而且呢我们在很多的情境下会有一个数位的履历，也就是说我可以让他知道在什么情境下他的评检的时间是多长，而且他评检的效率如何，那可以大幅的增加所谓工厂内部一个生产管理的一个部分。好。那这个是我们在车厂里面透过 AI 检测，我去做一个组装评检的一个部分。好，那这个呢是我们在一个化工厂呢，透过一个所谓的这种行动型的一个 AR 装置呢，在户外的场景呢去检测呢，在我们就比较说跟安全有关的，就是 ESH 这一块环安卫的情况呢，可能跟这种评检有关的部分，确认人是不是有把这个整幕放好，才不会造成一些安全性的一些意外的一些灾害等等。但是这时候呢，我们就可以大幅度的降低跟避免人员跳过步骤啊，或者是偷懒啊，没有把一些该做的事情做好等等。马上我们就可以看到接地线的一个情况。那全部的 SOP 都完成了呢，那这个司机呢才可以去做一个卸货的卸料的一个动作。那这个就是我们在化工厂的一个应用的一个情境。那这是我们在这个所谓的电池工厂呢去做一个组装。那一样透过我们的 AI 的学习呢，就不用做很多的教育训练啊，请专业的电工技师。那基本上呢，我们可以透过这样的 AI 呢去看到所有装置是不是有正确的插好。那如果没有插好呢，我就直接会跟你说 NG 这样子。所以各位可以想象，假设我今天马上就请各位去上班，你也不用紧张，也不用担心害怕，因为 AI 就好像在后面一直不断的有如神助般的去辅助你，告诉你哪边做对，哪边做错。那这时候呢，是不是就可以大幅度的降低我们对于人才的比较严苛的一个需求，而是可以创造更多的工作机会啊？那这个也是我们目前在很多客户端他们觉得蛮好的，以前都要花比较高的费用去请专门的人员，那现在它可能就是可以大幅度的降低这个人力的一个成本。好， 那这是我们在一个也是环安卫的一个应用就是说，现在在做施工，我们都要讲求安全嘛，那所以怎么样能够确保人员安全的施工？他们会有一个巡检员，戴着眼镜跟手机或平板，去做一个确认，人员是不是有做安全的一个着装，降低公安的一个意外的一个发生。那最后呢，我想要讲到一个所谓的一个虚实整合的部分这蛮有趣，就是说，当我们的东西是实体的时候，怎么样让它转成数位化？那我们传统呢，常常会用到所谓的一个 IoT 的概念，就是说，我们用了很多的 sensor， 用很多的方法呢去做所谓的物联网的串联，但是我们却忽略事实上呢，人跟这个 AI 它是一个最好的什么 key in 的一个动作。以前呢，这是什么人在做 key in， 所以人就是一个媒介。从实体转到数位，就人去做 key in， 把这个数字传到后台，就可以做很多的大数据收集啊、分析等等。但是现在透过 AI 呢，我们 AI 就是一个最好的一个数据化的媒介。也就是说，当今天我们的客户呢，需要去做一些点料啊，或者想要一些这种编号的一些确认呢，他就不用再人去看这些纸本的东西或者是去抄，或者是手去 key in 都不用。基本上他只需要做一个拍照的一个动作，我们就可以很成功的把所谓的实体的物件转成数位化，然后到后台的 server， 它的这个收料表呢，基本上人就不用再 key in 了。那也可以大幅度的增加产品出货的一个准确度。这个也是我们目前在包含说在车厂、在脚踏车厂都有类似这样的一个应用，就是说防止人在做实体跟数位转换的过程中产生的一个错误。那这个我觉得也是一个蛮好的一个虚实整合的应用案例可以看到我们的图片漏进去之后呢，所有的数字呢就变成数位化在我们说的电子系统里面这时候你不管要做雷雕啊，要再印这些条码、编号等等做系统管理就不用再去人去做 key in， 甚至说有时候 key 错这一整批货就会送到不同的地方类似像这样的一些错误的发生。那一样，这也是一个数位实体转数位的一个概念就是可以看到在这个仪表上面的数字呢，可以看到左上角基本上压力是多少，我们的 AI 可以马上的判断出来。我想一般如果你们这样看，还要先看上限、下限，然后间隔是10为单位还是多少，现在都不用，我们 AI 直接看呢，直接可以看到这样的一个压力的一个数字。好，那最后呢，我想要提的就是所谓的一个环安卫的一个概念那我们刚刚提到的都是所谓的一个 AI 的一个这种一个体验在现场人员。那如果我是厂长，如果我今天是管理人员，我怎么样能够做有效的管理跟履历的管理呢？那我们可以透过这样的一个平台去做一个串接所以可以看到从 GPS location 啊到日期到 index 几点几月几号几分呢？有人没有戴安全帽都可以在我们的系统上有一个完整的数位履历，也就是这个数位印记digital footprint 这样的一个概念所以今天如果在6月17号发生了一个公安意外，我们的厂长呢很快就可以去筛选在当天有多少人有没有正确的佩戴装备啊，或者是可能有在操作上的疏失，很快就可以透过这样的一个方式去做search 的一个动作。好，那今天简单做一个结论就是说，透过这样的一个 AI 的一个装置呢，我们能够大幅度的提升人在工厂的价值。因为其实我们做自动化做30几年，其实我们常常去工厂现场看到那些老塞，他们看着我们就说你们这些自动化公司又来把我们换掉类似这种感觉。那所以我们做了这么久，这一次是蛮感动，就是说我们这是第一次能够利用我们的科技呢去辅助人、帮助人，然后让更多想工作的人都能够有工作机会那这我觉得是我们这个产品跟这个所谓的一个数位的一个整合，我觉得蛮有意义的地方。对，那我觉得这次也特别感谢就是数发部跟中山产发，那透过他们在地的一些这个触角啊，跟厂商的这个接洽，那我们也可以更能够深入客户的一个痛点，然后开发跟应用出这样的一个产品去服务我们很多的一个客户那这个我觉得是也非常感谢数发部跟中山产发还有资策会这样在这次再给我们这样的一个协助跟机会这样子。好，那以上是我今天简单的介绍。好，谢谢大家。
谢谢所罗门股份有限公司李家运资深产品经理的精彩分享，这为我们开启工业元宇宙的大门。再一次掌声感谢他，好不好？接下来邀请元人股份有限公司徐俊祥创办人为我们分享数位创新智慧巡检新世界， 如何透过独创 in-house 技术以极广的应用范围，协助跨领域发展公安巡检等专业性应用，以免安装感测器，并整合 5G、AI、IoT、AR 定位等技术，轻松落实公安及环安管理。请大家以热烈的掌声欢迎元人股份有限公司徐俊祥创办人，掌声欢迎！
刚刚 Michael 讲的那么好，我都不知道怎么延续了。他们 AI 那么暴力、神力，跟解决缺工的问题。但是我们做的方法哦，就是说他们是高阶的 AR 的部分 ，AI 的部分，其实我们用上 AI 了。你看我同事在那边现场就表演。我们把Moda 的这个 logo， 数发部的 logo， 把它放在空间上，结合这次透明展会的议题，把它放在我们元宇宙的空间上了。什么叫元宇宙？大家各自表述。台湾自己的元宇宙可以放在真实的空间里面的，做定位、定向、数位巡检等等的这个做法。那我们再请 Amy 来 cue 别的东西，这个是 live 的，就不造假了，直接暴力的给大家看。那我们可以看到说现场的环境，我怎么在那边翻转呢？其实我的功力没有那么好啦，但是这个叫做数位孪生呐，他整天在那边跳24小时，他都不会累，我会累啊。但是这个就是未来的宇宙啊，这个就是未来的世界啦。我们台湾其实不输人家，那台制的产品也可以做得那么好，这个就是10年磨一剑的结果。那国发会有讲这个叫数位孪生啊，甚至数位典藏，我以后会老啊，力量没有那么大怎么办？透过这样的方式去解算，然后把它放在空间上做定位定向。那 Amy 再展示其他的部分给我们看。那怎么这样说？我们为什么可以做到那么好的一个工具？就是我们透过 AI 跟 AR 的去解像。那你会玩宝可梦，你就可以来上工了。听得很玄，对不对？但是这缺工的后疫情的时代，更会面临到这样的挑战。你要训练他，花那么多的时间去训练他，结果他一下子就离职了，这个很痛啊。那怎么办？你会不会玩宝可梦？会玩的举手。没人会玩会玩，那你就可以来上工了。就这么暴力，这么简单。我觉得这个是我们这个时代背负的责任跟使命。要学的东西太多了，以前管1台机台，现在一个人要管10台机台，怎么管得完呢？透过刚刚 Michael 讲的 AI 可能是一个解决方案，穿戴式装置可能是一个解决方案。再来就是，如果平板可以 drag 这些资料，也许它就是另外一个解决方案，是快速又暴力的解决方案。那我们在做这件事情的时候，就可以定义空间跟环境，甚至巡检点在哪里，巡检率是多少，全部都可以整合了。甚至刚刚 Michael 讲的 AI 数据可不可以吐进来？可不可以？我边扫的时候，我就 trigger 它边收集 AI 的资料。那这样人手就一台，大家手机都在拍照，你们也可以来上工啦。为什么会有缺工的疑虑呢？是不是工具用不对，工具不够暴力？甚至是不是我们工具要往下研发的时候，那个思维跟精神可不可以再做更多？这个就是我们刚刚暴力的直接拿给客户看的一个东西。甚至我们在这里逃生，我们现在知道逃生口在哪里吗？可不可以透过 SOS 的部分，我们按逃生口在哪里，它 pivot 我们在哪边？甚至 Amy 可以开那个环景的部分给大家看一下。这个就是我们现场的环境，我们前天去拍切啦，很新鲜啦。这个就是数位典藏，每当做一件事情下来，我们就把它存在空间里面。这个有没有可能？这个非常有价值啊！再者就是我们跟 Rocky 结合 Live 的功能，等一下这个是花不到1分钟，跟 Rocky 的董事长 Kevin 直接谈，暴力的去测试。等一下我会请大家挥挥手，你就知道 Live 的东西也结合进来了，再结合Michael 讲的 AI 再进来，会变得多强？大家挥挥手，挥挥手。等一下 Live 它会有一点 latency， 因为这里有一点痛。我要讲的事情是，如果这些东西都可以在现场去做导览，你有没有看到？这个我要讲，因为环境其实很辛苦，5G 环境很辛苦，这样做已经很厉害了，在台湾第一名啦。但是把它整进来，我觉得我们可以打世界杯了。我们不用烧到100多亿哦， 我们大家在检查厂方，甚至我们有第二个点在 Rocky 的那个摊位上，我们在这个 Moda 后面都有我们自己的摊位，瞬间就把大家变好朋友，这个叫整合力啊。那为什么要把大家整起来？以后这些东西再吐 AI 进来，人类已经全涵盖了啊。人类在这个环境上，什么东西看不见、看不到 AI 来做，但是它要全涵盖，要暴力的去解算，不是取代人类，是把某部分交给电脑，然后用简单的方法跟你诉说。那大概就是这样的一个展示方法。我等一下再用简报给各位看。今天的环境呢，其实很辛苦，但是刚刚串啊串就把大家给串起来了。这个就是原人的 in-house 的一个工具啊。那这个问题在室内不用用 Beacon 不用 WiFi 的这个解答，我解了将近10年了。从宝可梦还没开始的时候就开始解，从4G 解到5G 啊。那未来还有低轨卫星，还值得我们去挑战。那好，请那个主办单位帮我切成那个我们的简报。我还是讲回巡检的部分，因为我们毕竟在南部有一个很完整的一个实验，甚至南部发生过什么重大的事情，大家知道吗？高雄发生什么事情？气爆，大家都知道，解决了没？我们还在加油中。所以我要讲的事情是，我们公司的工具可以用在哪边？我们公司从昨天那个就长官有来。他就看到说，其实他从还没有升长官，从升到最高的首长的时候，他就一直来关心我们。原本从听不懂我在讲什么，我要把环境怎么定义下来，到现在他完全懂了。这耗尽我10年的时间了。那做一件事情值不值得？我觉得3D 是未来的世界，大家认同吗？一定是未来世界，再怎么做，可不可以很简单的做，这个才是重点。所以我们一路上从台中的花博，从购物节开始，林部长时代跟卢市长现在的时代的最大的政绩，我们帮他扛了。有没有速发部的事情？有。台中购物节的时候就有遇到骇客来攻击了，怎么样去防范？怎么样去解决24万人的治安？这个才是最痛的。所以写一套程式不是单一个点，是解决所有面向才是重点。所以我给大家直接看好了，像秋红谷可以拿来干嘛？秋红谷其实是台湾最贵的公园哦，不是大安公园哦，是秋红谷哦。为什么？因为它腹地小，然后密集度高。那我给大家看一下，它秋红谷我们做了什么事情？我们透过 IP 可以做得价券打折等等，把这个领头羊的 IP 放在它空间。以前呢，Kaos 曾经来那个就应该说这种潮流的这种品牌曾经来台办这种把空间上放一颗热气球的这个概念，要1000多万的，这个看有没有100块钱。所以基本上我们做这样的元宇宙的导览，它是可以结合环境的，做到沉浸式的感觉。那我们在做这样的同时，我给大家看的是像这个影片，等一下，影片没有播上。他刚刚影片都没有播出来，所以我们有了，对。应该都会期待。
今天台中购物节最大奖除了2万豪宅，一举批出亮眼成绩单，连市长卢秀燕都很满意。
我想应该都会期待。
所以这个是我们从2015年做科博馆的案子，到2018年做台中花博林部长的案子，到2019年做卢秀燕卢市长第一个台中的购物节的案子。现在全台湾都是购物节，全部都是挑战。为了 AR 可以在场域内做智慧巡检跟智慧导览这件事，来解决人类的一个痛点。我们耗尽了很多的能量在这边。那大家可以看到这个，再往下走，我们除了用在智慧导览的功能之外，也就是说智慧导览，其实我们在这里场域已经套会完成，我们可以用这样最近无纸化。大家在摊位上看到最多的是什么？你知道吗？是便当的 flyer， 而不是场域怎么导览。现在要求无纸化了，这个就是刚需，这个就是痛点。我们如果透过简单的一个工具，可以导览你去厕所去哪里，去哪个摊位在哪里，那可以很有效的去解决我们在对场域的陌生的问题。 那再者就是像这个是我们在智慧导览的一个概念，我们可不可以把轨迹放上来？可不可以把影音多媒体放上来？可不可以把热区分析跟这种简单的方法放上来？这个都是可行的。那我给大家看这个影片。这个是东海大学，我们以学校为出发，大肚山的左边东海大学跟大肚山的右边的荣总，我们都有做到，很跳痛，但是我要跟大家表达，它可以很好玩，也可以救人。2000年的时候，有些东海大学的学生在这边，我昨天就遇到一个了，他那个铜球就是把他们的时空胶囊的产品，他认为他们觉得很值得纪念的东西放在那里。2050年的时候，打算把它 dig out 出来，过了几十年，过了50年，那些人还在不在都不知道，会不会太久了一点？所以我们在想的事情是怎么创新。所以我们透过如果手机端效能比较没有那么好的，用环景的方法、网页的方法就可以表达他们在做什么，然后怎么样教学生。那做到大学入门就可以轻松上手，一样大家在陌生空间的时候，可不可以快速上手跟学习？现场3000多个学生在使用，那一次怎么样去疏通这些人流？怎么样办这活动跟策展？我们是 support 方，但是策展单位、学生都做得很好，甚至在路思一教堂，我们可以做到把数位典藏，为什么它是闪亮亮的这个陶瓷的这种做法做工，把它放在空中，甚至以前发生什么事情都可以把它放下来。我们把回忆跟记忆留下来了没？这个才是重点。那快速的分享他们学长跟学姐以前在民贤堂做了什么事情。这个也要可以做得到，再来就是定位定向，除了室外它一定要可以嘛，因为室外大家都在做嘛，那室内它可不可行啊？甚至这个刚刚那个牛杯杯的部分，它是牛跟杯子，透过小画家花30分钟在空间上种了这个点，然后到时候都会把它放在那个时空胶囊里面。那我们帮他测了2个 event， 我们就把校长把它元宇宙化。把它数位孪生化，等一下大家可以看到。大家可以看到那个钟哦，东海大学很有名的是那个圣诞钟。那他们在想说，可不可以在室内敲钟，不要到室外了？室外都是蚊子。有9大学院院长去拉那个绳子，数位的钟就响了。这个很酷，因为现场的主办单位也可以用这种方式，让我们跟就是实境去做结合，直接在现场 live 去做这样的一个 entertainment interactive 的动作。那你看到校长会飞过来哦。飞进来 ，boom， 然后去祝福各位，那学生都嗨翻了，因为这种新的科技可以去做这样的应用。那这个就是我们在做校园导览的一个方法，全部东海大学去做策展。那我再跟大家分享，其实不只是这样的一个地方，我们还可以用在哪里？可以用在永续无纸化。现场的领导者应该都知道这个有多重要。那相对来讲要有配套，为什么？我们是结合的台塑的永续的燃镁电池，跟电子纸，电子纸最近很夯啊，但是可不可以让它在室内自动充电，永远不用再去装电池，解决人力的问题？这个也要可以做到。所以我们就是从电子纸开始走向全世界，电子纸。那再往下，刚刚讲得很开心，现在讲比较 serious 的问题，就是刚刚 Michael 有提到的，我们从 total solution， 从人脸的辨识，从身份的确认就要开始了。因为其实外国人看我们华人也是大家都长一样，我怎么知道谁是谁啊？我们看外籍移工也是一样的事情，所以从身份确认，我们就要开始 identity 就要辨识了。再来就是勤前教育，你上工了没？那上工了是谁上工？看了多久？然后对于环安的议题有没有这样？再来就是智慧巡检的部分，我们可不可以透过 AR 啦、MR 啦或 VR 等等的你们会用的工具，就可以来工作了？ 其实就是要这样，因为 living and gaming 其实它是在一起的，所以来到 MR 的数位双生，它可不可以跟加糖去接，那个都要可行啊，可以做得到的。这怎么样去做保养跟精确的一个维修跟检修？再者就是回到新控中心，他要知道底下的巡检的人员他到底安不安全啊？因为主管总是在烦恼，上面的人到底再来就是公司治理的部分，人员的流动率、人员的受伤率跟公司的竞争力了，这个都是非常核心的价值。所以透过我们简单的不用 sensor、没有电磁波又不用维护的定点的这种扫描工具，一个点扫完，其实这里都有格局图，扫完之后全部的场域都可以做导览了，啊，这样就解决大量的一个问题了。那甚至可不可以把sensor 接进来？它其实也是可以的。把 sensor 不管手环啊、智慧安全帽等等，在做物联网工具的各位，也可以把 portal 接进来。那再来就是训练成本等等的预防胜离治疗，这个上工之前要去教育的，这个都可以。甚至刚刚 Michael 讲的表单，这个要可行啊。那再来就是也巡检了没？有巡检跟未巡检，这个都要结果，甚至结合等一下下一个讲者会讲的很酷的这个工具可不可行这样，然后甚至人在局限空间里面，高雄共管大家知道会爆炸嘛，在里面的哪里他做了什么事情，可不可以去照顾他，可以去知道他的生命权这一块。那我们稍微这个就略过，因为等一下加堂也会讲这样的一个概念。我就稍微讲一下前面那一段，后面那一段我就跳过了。这个就是我们面临的环境：上山下海、离岸风车到地底下局限空间，5条管道，你究竟到哪里？你会很慌。透过手机你 drag 过去，跟玩宝可梦一样，你人在哪里，做了什么事情，自己会有地图，你会很安心呐。那这样的方法是台湾人自己研发的。那一只手机就打天下了，不用像以前用 RFID 避一下又避一下，带了好几台手机。这大概就是我们的做法，跟它的巡检的记录可不可以把它记录下来？所以我们把 AI 跟 AR 用于空间的定位上，也专注做这件事情。所以我看到所罗门，我觉得好厉害，这个我就略过了，这个就跟他们可以接。那我这一次要感谢我们的数发部跟就是数位产业发展署，然后再结合我们的那个资策会跟我们的产发中心中山产发中心。那我们透过这样的连结啊，我们在台塑的人武的一个人武厂里面去做研发中心的 pivot 的方向，甚至以后所谓的局限空间可以含在那锅炉啦。大家知道锅炉岁修是很辛苦的嘛，再来就是我们在谈的苏梅廊道，那其实一点火就爆炸了，一碰一火火花就爆炸，这个都是需要被解决的问题啦。那我觉得透过简单的工具可以做这样的事情，所以我特别就感谢大家来支持这次的活动，也谢谢大家，希望大家可以合作来携手共创台湾的未来啦。谢谢大家，谢谢。
谢谢元人股份有限公司徐俊祥创办人的精彩分享，为我们开启智慧巡检的新视角。精彩分享接续不断，最后邀请加堂资讯有限公司叶家宏总监上台，为我们分享永续共融、智慧传播创时代，如何以内容科技整合 IoT 等技术，应用于互动式多媒体 SR 延伸实境操作训练系统。为南台湾重点传播产业创造虚实的 SR 训练勤见体验，整合数位转型商业及工业应用，建构沉浸式企业元宇宙平台的多元面貌。掌声欢迎！
OK， 谢谢各位来宾。我想我是叶家宏，代表加堂资讯。来针对今天智慧制造的主题哦，那诚如刚刚从所罗门到元人的徐总这么精彩的演讲，那带来对这么吸睛的这些多媒体的内容，那我们来另外谈一下，就是永续共融，然后这个智慧传播的创时代哦。那我应该是3个团队里面在应用场域限缩 范围最小的一个应用的部分哦，船舶。那为什么谈船舶这件事呢？我想第一个，嘉堂资讯在2年前进到高雄特别在亚湾的地方呢，成立了这个研究中心。那我们最主要大概服务的就是船舶产业，也就是高雄最热门的一个产业哦。那各位知道，就是台湾四面环海哦，那包含就是除了航运以外呢，有90%就是等于都是在靠这个航运的运行来运送这些货物。那我想就是嘉堂切入这个点，那最主要我们大概配合就是船厂的部分。那各位知道，就是我想从整个资讯业，包含我们数位发展部所提到的，都是在做虚实整合。那不管刚刚所提到的 AR 或是 VR 的运用，那其实我们在目前在船舶业所进行的，大概就是所谓的 MR。所以待会呢，我也会请我的同事用一段就是我们在模拟这个船舶机舱的一个示范，让各位能够了解到在船舶产业里面怎么去导入这个 MR 的部分哦。好，那重点来了，就是说我们大概这2年配合的这个台湾国际造船公司，那特别在他们的这个数位船舶跟数位船长的一个研发里面呢，我们第一个挑的题目就有一点有趣，叫做自动调水的模拟系统。那可能各位在过去搭船的时候呢，第一个会感受到就是这艘船到底平不平衡哦，会不会摇摇晃晃的？那这个其实就是这一个系统最主要解决的事情。那过去呢，只要是万吨级以上的船哦，包含各位常听到就是长荣海运或者是万海这样的一个大型的船呢，它怎么样去做到这个平衡的部分？它唯一能够靠的大概就是这一个轮机长或者是资深的船员去做整个调水的部分。那我们跟台船呢，其实以它为这个验证场域，还有在技术上的整合，我们做到了大概就是过去你可能是在整个船里面的轮控室才能够去做相关的操作。那我们目前所推的这个系统呢，就把整个系统里面相关的数据，还有模拟的状态呢，其实整合到这个数位眼镜上。那怎么样去做这件事呢？其实各位会知道，就是说我们一直在讲虚实整合哦。那在船舶里面，它有一个部分是非常重要，就是你要虚拟的东西一定要跟实际的数据做整合。所以我们在整个系统里面，不单纯只是呈现数据、呈现模拟，我们必须要把它的控制逻辑器呢，这个控制开关相关的这些数据都整合到这一个智慧眼镜上面。另外的就是在船舶里面呢，它有一个监控跟资料收集的系统。那我们基本上在这个部分呢，其实是已经完成了这个 OPC 哦，就是我们在整合概念的部分，已经将他们的整艘船里面的数据整合到这个眼镜上面。那一样的就是模拟的部分，它要模拟什么？整个船体的船态呢，可以透过这个系统去做整合。那一样的就是我们在进行这些相关的工作的时候，我们第一个会做的事情就是我们敢做这件事情。第一个就是各位知道，现在目前新型的造船，它基本上在建船之前，它就有一个完整的一个3D 的 CAD 的档案。当然，那个 CAD 档案跟我们一般在动画里面看到的3D 模型是相对不一样的。那我们整个团队所做的事情，基本上就会把小到零件、大到整艘船的结构去做3D 化。那另外的大概就是您会看到，我先从最小的，也是待会 会介绍给各位，就是我们在阀体的控制部分。那我们也就是台湾非常大的一家阀体的制造商节流，那他们的这个阀控系统呢，现在目前都正是在海运上面所使用，还有军舰上使用。所以呢，我们就针对这个维修保养的 XR 部分这个部分呢，我们做了相当多的细节，从它阀体的位置一艘船的大小大概稍微解释一下，1万吨的船呢，其实它的长度大概到160公尺宽度至少在30公尺左右。那深度呢，有时候会高达到就水深大概6公尺。这么庞大的一个环境跟空间，你怎么去知道它的物件哪里出了问题？第一个大概就是我们会透过2D 跟布置图到3D 的部分去做导览，快速的去侦测到这个阀体的部分。那透过这个阀体的爆炸图，就我们一般在其他的制造业里面的泵表，包含就是整个拆解组装的部分呢，我们全部用 MR 方式来做模拟。那一样的就是我们最主要就是整个系统的维修，包含就是它的整个警示还有在整个处理的部分呢，去完整呈现那这个大概就是我们刚刚提到的，就是待会各位也可以在模拟的画面里面可以看得到，大概就是这样的一个布置情境。那一艘船里面像我们现在要提的这个模拟的船，本身大概就有160颗的阀。那这160颗怎么样精准找到，还有怎么去进行这个阀体这部分的控制，都是我们现在目前在这个系统里面所完成的。那一样的就是这些部分呢，如果未来在 AI 的整合，还有就是甚至在 AR 的技术应用上刚刚徐总也提到，我觉得这个部分其实造船业是一个很多面向的一个制造环境所以它有非常多的可能性，在我们现在目前做这个数位双生的部分能够完成的。那各位也可以看到，就是一颗单纯的这个碟阀，那其实它的整个相关的物件，那我们都可以透过爆炸图跟泵表去完全呈现所以你可以想象未来，如果你今天是一个新手，那你对于这个阀体的部分没有充分的了解，那你可以透过这个眼镜的部分，完全去知道哪一个零件需要整合，哪个零件需要去组装。那这些大概就是我们在进行的时候，除了调水以外，在维修的部分所完成的部分。那另外一个呢，我想就是我们还是谈船里面另外一个大概就是移控系统那整个大型的移控系统，不管是在船舶上，或者是在那个石化业里面，都有类似这样的画面那一样的，就是当我们在进行这个部分的研发的时候，船体的制造公司呢，他们就提到，刚刚从2位先进所提到的问题，就是新手跟老手之间的一个这个差距那不晓得各位能不能知道，就是造船业的从业人员现在平均的年龄大概在多少？那我直接说就是大概在45岁以上所以你可以想象，就是现在的造船业，其实它所遇到的另外一个议题，就是现在目前各行各业特别在制造业里面所遇到的问题一样那怎么样去做到一个精准的训练？像各位可以看到，就是我们也特别在系统里面把这个移控系统呢做成一个操作的教学。那等于说呢，你进到这一个环境空间，你透过叠合的方式，很清楚的把相关的步骤设计进来，那你就能够看到就是这样的一个操作逻辑跟它的整个控制器去保持这个船体的一个安全状态。好，那 最后一个我想是这样，就是我们也特别呈现出就是我们刚刚提到嘉堂在高雄这2年，那也特别感谢那个像中方产发还有资策会，让我们顺利落地在这个亚洲新湾区那我们上班的同仁每天从窗户一看，外面就是漂亮的高雄港，还有就是大船呢在那边走动甚至有游艇在那边航行那我们就针对这个部分呢，在超船的模拟系统里面呢，我们其实就把整个电子地图3D 化。那它的重点在哪里呢？就是各位如果过去在看的时候，可能都是2D 的这些航行的状态。那我们第一次呢，直接将整个图资转换变成3D 的方式，方便在训练上就是你这个航行的操控的时候呢，可以很清楚知道这个高雄港的一个样态。那在整个操作的这个效率跟目标上，能够完整的达成那后面呢，其实刚刚包含就是呈现的非常完整跟精彩的猿人其实大家都会想到，就是有没有这么必要锁定在哪一种呈现的形式第一个 AR、VR 跟 MR， 那其实我们现在目前在智慧船厂的 solution 里面，平板用的应该相对最快，所以各位可以想到，就是说这个是我们现在目前所设计的情境，就是透过 AR， 透过设备，怎么样将相关的资料去做串接，平板上就可以直接看到这些操控的讯息。好，那我也是直接提一下，就是接下来我们准备要展现的，大概就是微软的 HoloLens 2。那这个设备我想跟所罗门的 solution 差异性在于说，其实一个是在整个实体环境可以非常精准结合 AI。那 HoloLens 呢，其实 Holo 大家就知道它就是一个全息的状态，所以将整个船体做全景式的呈现，大概是它的特点。那一样的就是各位可以看到，就是我们在这个整个开发的过程，微软的这个加速器是我们现在目前整合的一个资源。那各位可以看到，虽然是一个简单的眼镜，但是它的整个设备呢，除了摄像头以外，其实相关的红外线感知器，还有这个4个等于说环景的麦克风，这些都是能够让整个全景的画面能够呈现得出来。那我想在 demo 之前呢，还是先把我们现在目前今天站在这个地方的一个重点跟各位讲，就是我们非常感谢这个数位发展部，还有就是产业数位署这个数位产业署这边，那资策会呢，其实在我们落地高雄的时候，给我们非常多的资源。那我要特别谢谢就是国立中山大学这个产发中心那其实它是我们并肩作战的一个这个研究单位那有他们的支持，我们在高雄的发展才能够这么顺利。那我们除了现在在整个船舶产业以外，其实我们也积极的跨向不同的制造业的一个 solution。那接下来可能麻烦各位可以看到这个画面那我稍微简单介绍刚提到的这个，大概就是我们一般看到船舶的整个轮机室。那这些 console 呢，包含这个我们刚提到的自动调水系统，它有一个状况呢，在整个警报响起的时候，我们在眼镜里面直接会看到这艘船就会直接的呈现那操作的人我们刚刚提到，如果他必须要针对这艘船 直接看到内部的一个结构，包含就是它现在这一个阀BW08这颗阀出现问题的时候，你如何去对应到它精准的位置？那在 HoloLens 上面，你就可以直接的去做整个观看跟导览的部分。好，那我请我同事直接把它这个水管的部分呢，直接点出来。好，所以刚提到就是非常复杂的一个管路，你怎么样去做到完整的一个呈现？还有就是把系统告知你这个要进行这个障碍排除的部分去做这个接下来的一个后续的动作，大概基本上在目前的操作都可以看得到。那当你确定好它到底是哪一颗阀出问题的时候，接下来的动作就是组装跟拆解这2个部分。好，所以你会看到就是这整个零件的部分，它就可以快速的完整的呈现出来。那我们强调的大概就是过去你所看到的，从纸本到图像、影片，那怎么样去呈现到3维的空间，去了解到细节？那各位可以看到，就是我们把整个操作手册的纸本完全的在这一个设备上去做呈现，所以相对的就是它是一个非常庞大的系统。那我们现在也跟中安产发努力，就是在船舶业里面持续的开发这相关的运用。那今天也谢谢各位的莅临哦，然后了解到就是加强资讯在船舶产业的一点小小的努力。那我们也非常期待就是在数发部这样的一个引导之下，在数位的产业的发展上我们应该会迈向更大的一步。好，谢谢各位。
谢谢加唐资讯有限公司叶家宏总监的精彩分享，为我们开启 XR 沉浸体验的新时代。听完3场不同跨领域虚实应用领域需求的精彩分享后，期待未来能发展更多工业宇宙的产业应用，为产业跨域合作带来崭新的成果，并建立永续商模，推动整体智慧内容产业再进化。今天非常感谢现场及线上贵宾、业界先进们的参与。接着也邀请我们3位讲者一同上台。来，我们请讲者上台，我们进行一个合影。来，我们一起看向镜头，3、2、1。那我们口罩要不要先拿下来，再进行一个大合照？谢谢3位贵宾，请大家再给予热烈的掌声，好不好？接下来的活动是 Digital Salon， 请有兴趣的贵宾可以留下来继续聆听哦。 我们紧接着邀请参展商 MyCoin 集团 Cubic 产品负责人陈志豪，与我们分享主题翻转 NFT 想象 NFT 创新应用大解。掌声欢迎 MyCoin。
好，Hello， 大家好。那今天的话呢，我想要来跟各位介绍的是关于前阵子很流行，大家应该常听到的一个名词，叫做 NFT。那还有就是一些跟 Web3，然后元宇宙相关的一些案例。那我想过去各位这1-2年的时间，常常应该会听到 NFT 这个名字，或听到一些 Web3 相关的东西，但可能还不是那么的清楚，说到底什么是 NFT， 什么是 Web3。所以说今天呢，我最主要就会用一些比较简单、比较科普的方式，来大家看一下，说我们现实生活中有哪些 NFT 的案例。那首先呢，我先快速的介绍一下我自己。我目前的话是任职于 MyCoin 集团。那我们公司呢，最主要就是做一些跟区块链有关的一些应用，然后以及虚拟货币的交易所。我过去的话呢是一个工程师，所以说呢，我最主要是在开发一些相关的应用。但是呢，最近我们也开始注意到说 NFT 啊、DeFi， 然后呢，区块链这些应用越来越常见。所以说呢，我们在子公司里面特别成立了一个新的品牌叫 Cubic。那我现在担任这个 Cubic 这个品牌的一个负责人，专注在做 NFT 相关的一些研发以及业务。那讲到了我们的公司，那我也来很快的跟各位介绍一下。我们公司呢叫做 MyCoin 集团，我们旗下呢应该大家比较耳熟能详的就是我们有2间交易所，分别就是 MyCoin 以及 MyCoin Max。这个交易所呢最主要就是让大家投资虚拟货币的时候呢，可以去上面做一个买卖。我想最近大家如果看新闻的话，应该会看到蛮多跟虚拟货币有关的一些新闻哦。OK， 那所以说呢，我们公司比较特别的是，我们是一间合法合规，在台湾有登记注册，并且呢还有把用户的资金拿去银行信托做保管的一间交易所。那什么叫信托保管呢？信托保管的意思就是说，今天用户存进来我们交易所的钱是会放在银行那边里面做登记、做保管的。所以说呢，即便是交易所本身，也不能轻易的去挪用用户的资产。我们不能拿用户的资产去做投资，不能拿去做其他的炒作的行为。因此呢，在我们交易所里面，用户的资产是非常安全的。那我们是在公司有登记，并且有合法合规的交易所。那再来的话呢，第二个是 Armis， 是我们的一间子公司。我们是 MyCoin 集团下面专门做区块链技术研发的公司。那我们在当初呢，以太坊这一个大家比较可能有听过的以太坊、比特币这些区块链刚成立不久的时候呢，我们就加入成为了它的企业联盟的创始会员。所以说呢，我们是在非常的早期就开始专注在区块链的技术研发的。那另外一方面，我们有一间登记在香港的一个资本，它专门做这些量化的交易来投资虚拟货币。那以上就是我们集团的几个主要的业务。好，那所以说快速的介绍完了以后呢，我们就来进入正题了。那在进入正题之前呢，我们想要先大家想象一下什么叫 Web3。就是 Web3 这个名词可能常常有听到，那很多人都会说 Web3 大概就是什么虚拟实境啊、AR、VR， 然后呢 AI， 然后区块链、NFT 这些东西就叫做 Web3 吧。但是呢，其实 Web3 呢这个概念刚出来还没有这么的久，它还有非常多的一个发展空间，还有很多的想象空间。所以说呢，它其实是一个还没有为严格定义的一个概念。那只是现在比较普遍呢，我们大家的认为是 Web3 是一个让你可以自己拥有的一个新的技术。那我们看一下过去我们怎么定义 Web 1.0、2.0 跟3.0的。在1.0的时代呢，我们可以读东西，所以说你可以在网络上看新闻、看文章，然后呢去吸收这样子的一些知识，这是 Web 1.0的时代。但是呢，我们在上面没有办法做互动，我们没有办法留言，我们不能去分享我们的想法。因此呢，到了 Web 2.0以后呢，就有了像是部落格、社群网站，然后评论等等的功能出现了。这时候呢，我们不只可以吸收资讯，我们还可以分享我们的想法，可以产生我们的内容，并且把这些内容发布到网络上，让其他人看到。这就是 Web 2.0的世界。那再来到 3.0 的话呢，我们更强调的就是让你拥有这些内容，让你拥有你在网络上的资产。那这时候大家可能会觉得很奇怪了，在 2.0 的时代 ，Web 2.0 的时候，我写了这些文章，我在上面发的一些图片、发的影片，难道不是我自己所拥有的吗？这个时候大家可以想象一下，今天我如果说在 Facebook 上面发了一篇文章，这时候呢 ，Facebook 认为你这篇文章发的不太适合，他想要把你删除掉，他需不需要经过你同意？其实不需要，他就可以把你的文章给删掉了。如果说你发行了你自己上传了一个影片到 YouTube 上面，他觉得说这个影片不适合被人家看到，他也是一样把你给删掉。 因此呢，在 Web 2.0的时代，其实这些资讯呢，虽然说你觉得是在你的账号下面是你所拥有的，但实际上是被这些大公司所拥有。这些大公司呢，他会把你的资讯拿去投广告，拿回去分析，然后让他更了解你这个人是谁。但是呢，实际上这些东西都是掌控在他们的伺服器手中。因此呢，到了3.0的时代呢，我们进到了这个元宇宙了，我们进到虚拟世界，我们在里面开始会拥有一些我们自己喜欢的东西的时候呢，我们更强调的就是怎么样让这些东西真的是你自己所拥有的。所以说呢，我们想象一下，假如说有一天我们到了这一个元宇宙的世界，像电影里面一样，我们有一个自己的房间，有一台自己的车，在这个世界里面 ，NFT 呢就是表彰这一个个人资产在虚拟世界的所有权的一个很重要的一个方式。好，那所以说终于进到了正题 NFT 的部分了。那 NFT 到底是什么呢？那 NFT 其实是一个英文单字叫 Non-Fungible Token 的一个缩写。Non-Fungible Token 呢，通常我们中文把它翻作不可分割的代币，或者是把它称作非同质化的代币。那既然是不可分割，就一定会有另外一种可分割的 Fungible Token。那可分割的代币呢，指的就比较像是我们平常在用的现金，我们用的新台币或者是虚拟货币等等的。为什么它是可分割呢？我们可以想象一下，我们如果把一个100块钱切成是10个10块钱，我们再把10个10块钱加回来，它又变成是一个100块。所以说呢，这样的东西我们可以把它切成更小，然后再把它加回来，它的价值是不会变的。这样子价值相同，而且可以把它再分得更小的东西，我们就把它称作可分割的代币。那 NFT 呢，它就是相反的，它是不可分割的。今天你所拥有的物品，假如说在现实生活中，我拥有一双鞋子，你也拥有一双鞋子，即便这2双鞋看起来一模一样，但是它是不可以切得更小，而且呢，它是独一无二的存在。那或者是你今天你去买了一幅世界名画，我今天也拥有了一幅画，这2幅画呢，它可能看起来单位都是1幅，但是呢，它是独一无二、个别的存在。这样的概念呢，我们就把它称作叫做 NFT。好，那所以说我们讲到这边，我们会忽然间发现，其实呢 NFT 这个概念呢还蛮简单的，它好像没有太多复杂的技术成分在里面。但为什么呢 ？NFT 这个东西呢会变得在最近这段时间这么的流行呢？那我们就要来看一下它有哪些优缺点了。那首先呢，我们先从这个创作者的角度来看，我们先想一下，我们如果说今天想要买一幅画，我们可能会去画廊，我们可能会去一些实体的一些场所里面去购买。那这些画呢，它会有一个作者，会有一个拥有者，我可以把它带回家挂在我家的墙上。因此呢，你会想要去买一幅正版的作品。但是呢，有没有想过说虚拟的东西我要怎么买正版的？实际上应该很少人真的有在买这个数位的作品，然后呢是用正版的方式去购买它。为什么？因为呢这些东西在网络上是非常容易被复制的。今天有一张图片，我在网络上只要按右键就可以复制它，按右键就可以下载。影片也是一样，我很容易就可以去复制它，然后呢产生出来的东西是一模一样的。因此呢，在过去这些数位创作者呢，他们很难利用数位的方式去赚钱，因为呢这些资产呢很难佐证说他是这个发行人，他是最一开始的这个第一个版本。但是呢，有了 NFT 的技术以后呢，我们可以把这样子的资讯登记在区块链上。如果说今天你是这一个发行的作者本人，你所发行的这一个作品、这个音乐，它上面会标注说这一个是你这一个人所发行的，以及你转售给另外一个人以后购买的人是谁，这些资讯呢都会登记在区块链上。所以说呢，即便是网络上有这么多的复制品，里面也只有其中一个是正版的。因此呢，对很多这些数位创作者来说，他们终于找到了把他们的数位作品拿去做变现的一个管道，因为他们终于可以像以前的这些实体创作一样，拿去卖这些作品来赚钱。那除此之外呢，他们这一个资讯的交易资讯都会出现在区块链上。我今天在做几次的转手，中间呢转手的过程中都可以产生一些版税，再回馈给原本的原作者，因为这样子的资讯是可追踪的。因此呢，对原作者来说的话，又得到了一个可持续的一个收入的管道。所以说呢 ，NFT 的出现呢是非常受到这些数位艺术家的欢迎。不然以前他们可能就只能把他们的作品拿去做成插图啊，然后呢做成是明信片或者是印马克杯，用这样的授权的方式去赚钱。那对他们来说是一个很大的改变。那所以说呢，我们再换一个角度来看，既然创作者他的这一个需求被满足了，那对收藏家来说呢，收藏家他最重视的当然就是他的这个作品，他所购买到的这个收藏品是不是有足够的稀有性，然后呢是否不会额外的再一直被蒸发。有时候呢，我们看到一些，例如说像是我想要买一个 Jordan 鞋，这个鞋子呢可能他说限量100双，但实际上呢它在水货工厂里面被额外印制了1000双，这时候呢它在市场上的价值就变低了。 但是区块链它公开透明的特性就可以佐证说，这些资讯、这些 NFT 呢，它总共就只发行了100个，它超发都会在区块链上面被看得到。因此呢，我们就可以这样子用公开透明的特性，知道说这些东西的稀有性。我们也可以把这些 NFT 呢，像是这个实体艺术一样，带回家用数位相框把它挂起来，旁边标记了说这是我所购买的正版画作。因此呢 ，NFT 的崛起呢，就跟这个数位艺术有很大的一个关系。那也就是呢，因为了上述我们所看到的这些优点，所以说呢，在过去的这一段时间，其实全世界的几个大品牌都开始很重视 NFT 的发展，像是我们看到的，像是 Nike 啊、Adidas， 然后呢，或者是迪士尼等等的这些非常大的品牌，他们全部都在过去这1年发行了他们的 NFT。所以说呢，大家有兴趣的话就可以看到这边，其实有很多这样子的东西是已经在我们生活周遭出现的。那这边的话，我就举几个比较有趣的例子来跟大家分享。首先呢，第一个呢，我想要讲的是 NBA 的 NFT。那过去我们如果收集一些跟运动有关的一些收藏品，我们大家最直觉想到的就会是球员卡。但是球员卡它是不会动的，它是一张卡片印制出来。所以说呢 ，NBA 就想说，到了这个数位的时代，我们怎么样让我们的收藏品可以动起来，然后变得更加的有趣呢？他们想到的做法就是说，我不如把这个比赛过程当中的一些精彩瞬间，变成是一个收藏品好了。今天假如说你是一个湖人队的球迷，你在 LeBron James 在这个总冠军赛的时候的一个绝杀球，这样子的一个精彩时刻，对很多的这个球迷来说是非常具有收藏价值的。于是呢，他就把这些精彩瞬间剪辑成了是一些 moment， 一些精彩短时刻，然后呢，用这样的方式来发行数位收藏品。这个东西呢，也已经变成是 NBA 的一个非常大的一个收入的来源。那再来第二个的话，我们来看一下 Nike 的一个例子。Nike 呢是一个很早就想要进到元宇宙里面去的一个品牌，那他们甚至呢很早就已经搭建了一个叫做 Nike Land 的一个虚拟的一个运动场。但是呢，在这样子 Nike 的虚拟运动场里面，他们一定会希望说来这边运动的人穿的都是 Nike 的球鞋，对吧？所以说呢，他们就特别收购了一家虚拟的球鞋制造商。那我们可能过去很难想象说一个实体球鞋制造商为什么要去收购那个虚拟的球鞋制造商，但是呢，这件事情真的发生了。他所购买的这间公司呢叫 Artifact。他们所做的球鞋就是可能会有很多酷炫的特效，可能会有冰啊、有火啊，甚至有龙飞出来，这样子很酷的东西呢，其实是非常受年轻人欢迎的。所以说呢，对他们来说，这是他们布局下一个时代虚拟世界一个很重要的一个布局。那艾迪达的话就有点不一样。刚刚我们说的 Nike 是比较想要做到这个虚拟世界，但是呢，艾迪达想要做的是虚实的整合。因此呢，它发行的 NFT 除了可以在虚拟世界使用以外，它还可以让你当作是一个会员证。你可以持有这个会员证，就可以去兑换它的一些实体的服饰，一些衣服跟裤子是只有拥有这个 NFT 的超级会员才可以去领取的。那如果说你是一般的人，你没有这个 NFT， 你即便花再多钱，你都得不到这一个，所以它变得是一个专属会员的一个特殊的一个特权。那这个就是艾迪达想要经营的一个虚实整合的概念。那接下来我们看的刚刚这些案例呢，都比较像是一些偏商业的一个应用，但是呢 ，NFT 其实也可以拿来做公益。那我们知道说，在美国，它的疫苗施打率是比较没有这么高的，所以说呢，芝加哥政府呢，它为了要鼓励这些年轻人去打疫苗，然后来保护自己的未来，它就结合了像是年轻人很喜欢的嘻哈音乐，然后还有 NFT 这样子的一个很前卫的一个议题，把它结合在一起。你只要愿意来打疫苗的人，我就送你一个嘻哈音乐的 NFT， 用这样子的方式来鼓励这些年轻人施打疫苗，保护自己的未来。而且讲到了疫苗，我们可以看到另外一个案例是宾州大学，他把他的这个疫苗研发过程也做成是 NFT， 因为我们知道在疫苗的研发过程中很辛苦，然后有累积了很多珍贵的资料，那这些说不定会有很多有兴趣的收藏家想要知道这个过程，想要拥有他这样子的一个研发的记录，因此呢，他就把这些资讯拿去佳士得拍卖会上做成 NFT 做拍卖，那这些拍卖的所得呢，就可以再回馈给宾州大学，去在他们的研发疫苗里面再有更多的经费，可以把疫苗给做得更好。那如果说大家有在关注 NFT 的话，可能也对这几张图片不陌生。这几个图片呢，也是前段时间非常有名的，叫做 PFP 头像型的 NFT。它最大的一个特点就在于说，它所发行的每一张头像都是独一无二的。所以说呢，过去呢，我们可能买贴图或者是买插画呢，都是只有固定几种款式。 但是呢，这一个 PFP 这样头像型的 NFT 呢，是假设它发行了1万张，是1万张都是由程式码所产生，每一张都长得不一样的。所以说呢，这对很多想要收藏的人来说，又多了一个比较特别的一个价值，就是说我拿到的东西绝对是特别的，绝对是独一无二的，绝对不会跟任何人撞到，跟人家有相同的东西。因此呢，这样子的概念出现了以后呢，也变成是很多收藏家觉得非常感兴趣的。那我们待会再举几个台湾的一个 NFT 的例子以后，会发现这样子的元素也出现在台湾所发行的 NFT 里面。那接下来呢，我们下一个步骤，我们就要来进到说台湾的企业怎么做。因为呢，我们知道说，其实台湾的企业也有很多很创新，然后呢很前卫的一些公司。那他们也发现说 NFT 是一个很好的一个行销以及 PR 的一个工具。首先呢，我们第一个看的就是 Toyota 的例子。Toyota 呢前阵子呢出了一款叫做 GR86 的跑车。这个 GR86 跑车呢，就是大家可能有听过的头文字 D 里面的那一台 A186的一个后继的车款，所以说它其实是一个非常有故事的一个跑车。那他们希望说这一代的一些年轻人呢，依然对这样的故事有兴趣，所以他们想到一个方法，就是我发行了一个 NFT。这个 NFT 是一个盲盒，这个盲盒呢，在你打开之前，你是完全不知道里面长什么样子的。但是呢，当你打开了以后，你就会得到一个非常酷炫的车库，而且呢，里面会停进一台 GR86 的跑车。你拿到的是什么样的颜色，拿到的是什么款式，其实你都不知道，你要打开了以后才知道。而且呢，你开盒了以后呢，你还可以去兑换这一个 Toyota 所提供给你的赋能。透过这样子的方式呢，他们在很短的时间内就吸引到了几千个人来参与他们的活动，并且在社群上面留言，然后呢去完成这样子的一个过程，等于说是一个很成功的一个行销活动。再来的话，我们再来看一下国泰60周年的例子。国泰人寿呢，它一直以来都希望说，大家年轻人啊，或者是新的一个时代的人呢，都依然觉得国泰人寿是一个很有活力、有序经营的一间公司。因此呢，他们也在60周年这一个60大寿的这个特别的日子呢，用发行 NFT 的这样子的方式来做宣传。而且呢，它就应用到了我们刚才所说的这个独一无二头像型 NFT 的概念。它跟怪奇事务所合作，所发行出来的600个 NFT， 每一个都长得不一样。所以说呢，你想要领取的人呢，你就有一个领取到的就会是独一无二的。所以说呢，它也在一天在几秒钟的时间内就全部都被抢光，然后呢，变成是让大家就注意到说，其实国泰人寿也是非常的有创意，而且呢，就如同区块链的一个技术一样，他们是一个会永续存在、永续经营的一间公司。那接着的话，我们再来看一下真仙。那真仙的话呢，他们所发行的是一个数位公仔。我们知道说，真仙它过去都会在这些门市里面去放一些实体的公仔来做贩售，但是呢，实体公仔就有一样的问题，它只能做7个款式，因为它有这个开模的一个成本，所以说呢，它不可能做到独一无二。于是呢，今年真仙就想说，那我何不做一下虚拟的公仔呢？那这个虚拟公仔呢，我就可以像刚刚所说的，我可以做出1000个，而且1000个每一个都透过程式的组合，让它每一个都长得不一样。所以说呢，真仙发行的这个虚拟公仔呢，也非常的有趣，让大家很快的就把它抢光。再搭配它有一些实体的赋能，你持有这样子的虚拟公仔的人呢，就有点像是真仙的会员，他会每隔一段时间他会空投你寿司的兑换券，所以你就可以持有这个寿司兑换券呢，去他们的真仙门市里面兑换寿司来吃，所以也是一种虚实整合的一个赋能。那接下来的话是资生堂的一个例子。我们刚才讲说国泰60周年，但是资生堂其实是一个已经150周年的一个品牌，因此呢，他更希望大家都觉得说资生堂仍然还会做创新，而且它依然是一个很前卫、一个很懂年轻人的心的一个品牌。所以说呢，他特别打造了一个网红的派对。在这个网红派对里面呢，他也发行了他的 NFT 送给这些网红，然后让他们知道说，其实我们也是很走在时代的尖端的。这些 NFT 这样子的一些相关的新技术呢，其实我们都一直有跟上。那再来，我们再看一下怪兽发票。如果大家有在收集发票，然后有在用这个电子发票的 App 做收集的话，应该知道这个怪兽发票这个软体。那他们是在台湾市占率非常高的一个收集发票的一个 App。那这次呢，他们去做的这个 NFT 呢，是可以买了以后呢，在他们的 App 里面养大的，他们可以买到一颗蛋，然后呢，把它养出一个独特的怪兽。那这个怪兽呢，也是一样要透过盲盒的方式去抽。所以说呢，你在购买的时候呢，你其实不知道你抽到会是天使啊、恶魔、海盗还是法老王等等不同的类型的一个种族。你要买了以后再把它养大，你才会知道说，你的怪兽原来长这个样子。它最特别的一点就在于说，它不仅仅只是把它跟行销结合，它甚至呢还跟他们的这一个 App 跟他们的服务做了一个实际上的整合，那所以是一个非常有趣的一个案例。那最后的话呢，再跟大家分享的是台湾虎航。 台湾虎航的赋能呢是非常有趣的，因为呢，在这个航空业复苏的这样子的过程当中呢，他们刚好也从法国订购了3架这个法国的空中巴士的飞机，新的飞机要回来台湾。这时候呢，他就想说，我可不可以让持有这个 NFT 的赋能的人呢，跟着我一起飞到法国，一起去把这个空中巴士的飞机给接回来呢？那我去法国的时候呢，我还提供你7天6夜的机+9。所以说呢，你等于说去了一趟法国玩，还可以顺便去逛法国空中巴士的原厂，再看到这台新飞机，这可能是很多人一辈子都没有机会参与到的一个行程。所以说呢，对这些航空迷来说，去这样子的一个法国之旅是非常的有意义的。因此呢，它也吸引到了非常多的航空迷想要来购买这个 NFT。那除此之外呢，它这个 NFT 的持有者还可以在1年半的时间，在亚洲线的一些航班里面有空位就持有这个 NFT， 就是可以多登机。这个空位上机的赋能呢，也让很多喜欢旅游的人、喜欢飞日本、喜欢飞韩国的人，也很想要拥有这样的 NFT。因为我只要有了以后，我就可以随时做登机，然后随时飞到这个国家，然后不需要再额外的费用。所以说呢，台湾虎航这个是一个非常经典的例子。我们刚才看到了这么多台湾的企业发行了 NFT， 但实际上呢，还有更多的企业，他们也都已经尝试了发行他们的 NFT， 或者是做了这些区块链相关的应用。像是我们公司有合作过的，还有像是 Happy Go， 然后呢 ASUS， 然后台新银行、微风集团等等的，他们都已经发行过他们的 NFT， 那也都非常看好这个 Web3 以及 NFT 未来的一个发展。好，那到了最后，大家可以想象一下，这些 App 是不是在你们的手机里面很多人都有？这些呢，其实是 Web2 这个世界、这个 Web2 这个时代里面的 App， 但是其实 Web2 呢，也是累积了很长的一段时间，才有这么多的应用给出现。所以很多人现在会说，Web3 会不会是一个假议题？就是其实它上面的应用这么少，可能就有 NFT 啊，然后还有一些金融商品，它的应用还这么少，它会不会其实就只是一个假议题？其实根本不会有呢？但是大家只要想一下，说 Web2 也花了这么长的一段时间，才让这个应用变得完整。其实 Web3 很有可能未来也会像现在这样子百花齐放一样，有非常多的应用可以让大家在 Web3 的世界里面使用。所以说呢，我们相信 Web3 其实是一个新的时代。很多人现在都在说，我到底要不要去参与这个 Web3？ 我要去加入它吗？还是说我只要在旁边看着它就好了？我到底是要选择要还是不要？其实呢，我个人认为 Web3 会是一个新的时代，它会在是我们有生之年都会接触到的东西，它不是一个简单的选择题而已。因此呢，如果我们现在对 Web3 的东西有兴趣，我们其实可以尽快的来开始体验它。像这一次呢，我们跟数位发展部就有合作发行了 NFT， 是一个数位的花仙子。所以说，如果各位有兴趣的话，欢迎待会到旁边去找这个 QR code。你们看到这个 QR code 去扫描，就有机会领取到你们的第一个 NFT， 是由数位发展部所发行的花仙子 NFT。那我今天的介绍就到这边，谢谢大家。
掌声谢谢 Michael 带来的精彩分享。接下来，请新月印象股份有限公司为大家分享容积捕捉与串流 AR 应用，掌声欢迎！
大家好，我们是新月印象。然后其实今天要来演讲的是我们社长小谷创先生，但是他在日本临时有重要会议，没办法来。那等一下我们会用我们会用3D AR 的方式让它重现在这个台上。那请大家期待，不是那种视讯的影像而已。那我先稍微简单介绍一下我们公司。我们公司是新月印象，然后我们是日本在台湾成立的一家公司。那我们日本成立于1999年，我们主要的工作就是3D 动作捕捉还有容积捕捉，然后反正跟任何3D 捕捉相关的技术我们都有资源。那在日本的话，我们的客户主要都是游戏公司，像 Sega、Square Enix、Konami、Bandai Namco 这些很大的游戏公司。那他们都有自己的动作捕捉系统，然后都是由我们去帮他们做技术上的资源。其实简单讲，我们公司目前就是做动作捕捉跟容积捕捉。让我稍来介绍一下这两个有什么差别。等一下。那我先讲一下，我们公司在京都、还有英国还有分公司。那在台湾的话，就是我们在高雄，然后我们公司在高雄流行音乐中心的11楼，然后我们在11楼这边有一个很大的摄影棚，然后这个摄影棚有60台摄影机，然后可以同时捕捉10个人。那之后这边会有很多 live 的虚拟角色的表演，就欢迎，就是以后的话大家希望可以多多看到。 那今天要讲的是容积捕捉，容积捕捉就是这样子全绿的摄影棚，然后不管是什么样的人或物件走进去，我们都可以把它拍摄成3D 的样子。所以跟动作捕捉不一样的是，动作捕捉它只捕捉人的动作，那容积捕捉摄影棚是它可以把在里面的人、你的外形、你的表情、你的道具、你的衣服、你穿什么颜色的衣服，它都可以拍摄下来变成3D 的。那它的好处就是很快速，不用事先花很多时间去建模，然后你得出来的东西又是跟真人是一模一样的。就好像右下这个是我们社长，那我们觉得它是未来一个新的影片的趋势，就是一个新的3D 的影片，然后它可以改变我们现在看影片的方式。你可以用自由角度去看你想看的角度跟位置。那拍摄后的3D 的档案，它其实目前来讲档案是非常大，都是好几百 G 的。那我们现在也做到可以把这些档案放在云端，像是 AWS。那只要使用者透过手机或平板，你就可以很轻易的把这些3D 的资料传送到你的手机，然后你可以以 AR 或 VR 的方式去观看这个3D 的影片。那等一下我们就可以做一个示范。那这是我们公司自己做了一个网址，那我们找了很多日本各方面运动很优秀的选手，然后来拍摄，然后放在我们的网站上面，那大家都可以很轻易的去享受这个新的观看影片的方式。好，那这就是 Web VR， 就是你可以自由旋转看你想看的角度。那 AR 就是你可以透过你的手机或平板的镜头，然后去拍摄现场的画面，然后结合我们容积捕捉后的模型去做一个合成，让它好像就是在真实的空间的感觉。好，那我们现在请我们的社长可以重现在这个空间。这个是月饼。
Ni hao, Taiwan. This is Kotani of Xinyue, Kaohsiung. Now I'm going to talk about volumetrics video, which is called VV. It is a next-gen video system. Now, Crescent Tokyo, we have been working for this technology since 2005. And this technology's beauty is that this is free viewpoint. You can see from any direction. So it is very friendly to any XR solution, such as VR, MR, or AR. And especially, we are strongly expecting that this tech could a very powerful tool for metaverse. In the metaverse, we can use this technology for concert or live performance, and very importantly, e-commerce, such as a fashion show in the metaverse. So these contents could really motivate a metaverse market, I believe. Now, this metaverse, if you yourself can go into the metaverse through volumetrics data, which is quite photoreal data, then this would be a very interesting. So we Crescent, Xinyue, we are now creating a system which can simply capture you and bring you into the metaverse, which is, I would say, a real-time metaverse streaming system. It's called Volume. Now, in Japan, in 2025, we have a expo in Osaka. We hope this system can bring into this 2025 Osaka Expo.
See you Osaka 2025 Expo in Metaverse. Bye bye.
好，那这个就是我们社长他现在东京的 4DView 摄影棚拍好的。那这个档案是他透过网络先传给我们。那刚刚社长有讲到，就是其实我们这个部分我们已经可以做到 live real time， 所以我们其实也测试成功，就是在东京的摄影棚可以及时把这个3D 的画面传到台湾。然后只会有10秒的延迟。那未来就是像2025年的大阪世博世界博览会，那我们也会是提供这项技术在这个新的元宇宙，就是大阪世博的时候会希望可以多一点应用，我们正在准备这样子。还有什么？请问有什么问题吗？还是要上来试试看？哦，不要。好，那我们今天的演讲哦。
这样子的一个影片有多大？
哦，对，这个其实以原始档3D 来讲，它是非常大的，它会依照你的拍摄时间，会至少好几百 G。那我们有独特的技术可以把它压缩，就好像现在的影片档一样，我们可以把它压缩到比较小的大小，然后放在云端。对。好，那我们介绍就到这边，谢谢大家，谢谢。
掌声谢谢新月印象股份有限公司，感谢大家今日的参与。开放舞台的活动在这边告一个段落喽。数位发展部数位产业署 Rise 旭升主题馆展摊在我的左手边，欢迎大家踊跃参观。离开时请记得您的随身物品，谢谢大家。
我叫世权，然后我是这一款阿丽莎游戏的制作人。阿丽莎这款游戏，它是在 Switch 的平台上面，它是运用了非常多 Switch 特殊的体感操作的一款双人连线解谜游戏。在里面有一段很特别的仪式的舞蹈，仪式舞蹈是请我们台大现代舞社的同学来跟我们一起合作，然后那个时候是跟新月印象在这个摄影棚里面拍摄。为什么我们会想要用这个动态捕捉的方式？是因为相较于传统的调动作，它会有比较多的沟通的时间。就是如果我们用动态捕捉，其实我们现场演员跳怎么样，我们觉得需要调整，直接现场就可以调。但是如果相较于以往的话，他可能调完一整个档案，然后给我看，然后我再说哪边有问题，然后再丢回去。这样其实在时程上面其实差距蛮大的。
准备好，3、2、1。
这也是我第一次体验这样子形式的展出，那就会变成说，第一个是，好，可以跟自己的角色去一起做互动，或在同一个空间里面，我觉得是非常有趣的。然后再来是，因为平常都看这些场景在3D 里面，对，就在电脑里面，突然自己也站在自己做的场景里面，也觉得哇，
你觉得有呼应到元宇宙的概念吗？走进自己的虚拟世界，
其实是有的。借由今天的这个东西，让我对元宇宙的想象可能又再更进一步这个样子。对，自己在这个场景里面，然后因为我刚刚有拿你们那个摄影机到处晃，就是用那个镜头就会变，有点像我真的自己在这个场景里面，然后去探索这件事情，然后它就跟我人物比例差不多大。拍摄宣传影片或什么时候之类，它可能大部分就只能用电脑荧幕的截图，或者是录影这件事情，或者是我人在玩，然后旁边有一台摄影机在拍，对，那它的距离感我觉得就会比较重一点。那其实刚刚体验的话，就会变成说，在沉浸感这件事情，我可以真正的，甚至我可以穿那个 cosplay 的装，然后站在里面，然后扮演成我游戏世界里面的其中一个角色之类的，那就会变成说，在介绍
cos 跟虚拟角色，
对，它其实是可以有更好的融合跟呼应这样子。游戏在后续的曝光或宣传这个部分，有了更多的想象。
嘿，大家好，今天来到新现代五项科技运动会，这是由数位部产业署主办的活动。目前全国的竞赛正在热烈进行中。这个活动是以数位科技结合了运动跟游戏的部分。这5个竞赛项目就对应到5个重要的体适能项目，现在就带大家一起来体验。走。
VR Box 它最主要是可以训练我们人的反应能力，快速的转移目标，然后瞄准目标射击这样。
因为我的头比较大，所以
我帮你调整，
要调整一下。
好，上面跟下面都会有，所以可以稍微转身。
这样子。
对，枪口朝下，再把它往上拉，它会自动 reload。对，reload。左手边还有，左手边
这里，这个。
射箭是比较重视专注力，然后稳定性的。
它是用光学还是它是真的那个荧幕？
光学
是光学。对，这样子。对。
这台设备哈，我们除了可以做平衡检测跟训练以外，也可以跟游戏结合。待会这个时候会越来越长。
是这样的。
除了滑毯器以外，我们还有跑步，可以做一个室内3铁的竞赛。
最小可行方案。
它对成人啊、银发族都很好，因为它没有膝盖的压力。从运动出发，但是把游戏的元素放进去。
没错没错。
那这样子一个看起来是一个9宫格的智慧地垫啊，它其实可以主动式跟被动式的去做反应力、准确度，还有整个去看体态上面的一个提示能训练。
这次新现代5项科技运动会是透过网络串联全国，各位参赛者只要在10月25号之前到全国13个合作的场馆，就可以加入这次的竞赛。欢迎大家一起来参加。
Since the launch of our first Vive VR system, indie creators through major studios have been using our hardware to blend production tools with virtual worlds. It's a natural fit, but for virtual production, the DIY solution had challenges. The filmmaking community inspired us to make it better. Introducing Vive Mars Camtrack, virtual production made simple. Mars makes pipelines fast, easy, and affordable by consolidating the entire camera tracking workflow into a compact, plug-and-play solution with professional-grade features.
The barrier to entry was pretty massive if you didn't know the landscape already. But with Mars, it's basically like a plug-and-play system where I can get those project files from anywhere in the world that are absolutely gorgeous and then have them set up within like 15 minutes.
Vive Mars is the most affordable professional camera tracking solution in the market. And it does so by leveraging the Vive Tracker technology, but combining it with Genlock and timecode support, which is essential for professional production. When it comes to lens calibration, which is traditionally one of the most time-consuming things to get right, with Mars, the fact that the calibration board is something that's also tracked has given us way more flexibility and leniency. It's becoming way more fault tolerant.
My DIY tracking system that I had built was just not up to snuff. We had loose cables, things were falling apart, we were losing tracking. When HTC hit me up and said, hey, Sam, we got a magic box that's going to solve all your problems, I was like, well, I would certainly love to use it.
We got a shot.
It works.
What attracted me to filmmaking when I first started, and it's even still to this day, is when technology intersects with affordability and ease of use. It's all about that magic for that very first time of turning something on and going, wow, like, ooh, I have something really special here. I think we finally have this really nice intersection when it comes to creating your own virtual production system.
Vive Mars Camtrack supports up to 3 rovers to track the camera, props, and even lights to shine in both the physical and virtual world.
On one shoot we had various stage setups. We wanted to move the tracking volume around. It was really good for us to be able to just go, right, let's move the trackers around here. Okay, hit the reset button on the panel, track it to, done.
With the Mars system, it's taking that entire complicated tracking workflow, putting it into one module, so it's getting out of your way so you can get right to the creative and telling your stories.
We're so excited to join the next era of filmmaking with Vive Mars Camtrack as our first dedicated entry in virtual production. We'll take care of the technology so you can focus on the content.
Vive Mars Camtrack. Virtual production made simple.